Hello and welcome to day 4 of the Games here at Equestrian Park, where we are preparing for the first of what will be 2 days of competition that lead up to the award of the team medals in Paralympic dressage. 5 grades in our sport, and each team made up of 3 athletes. So for our 15 teams, we will see a mixture. Some teams will have maybe even all 3 of their athletes ride today. Some will 2, some only 1 of their athletes will go today. So, to put it in context, we will have some scores by the end of this afternoon's session, but we won't really know where we are in the team competition until we get onto those latter grades here on day 5 of the Games. But I can tell you, judging by the first 2 days of sport, where we decided those 5 sets of individual medals, we have a cracking team competition on our hands, because we've got 3 teams, 3 of the biggest teams in the sport. Great Britain, the United States of America and the Netherlands are sitting pretty much level pegging. Any of them could take gold. And I don't just mean they're within 1% of each other, you know, they are all sitting on a predicted score, putting 3 together of 226. It is literally that close. Belgium could take top 5 in these games, but they're so close with Germany. Denmark aren't far away from being on the podium either, if they can pull a few big performances out of the bag. And we're going to see 2 riders, for instance, for Denmark today. It really is going to be a very, very interesting 2 days of competition. And of course, with the Netherlands overtaking Great Britain who've had a long time dominance at the top of this sport in its 25-year history at the Games, for instance. But the Netherlands overtook them for the world title in 2018, and now the Netherlands, Great Britain and the USA sit trying to take gold here. Grade 2 is our first grade to show. We've got 8 athletes from grade 2. As we know, the teams that are here fully squadded. They have 4 riders. After the individual, then the team management got to choose which 3 riders they were going to put forward for the team. Those team members then will ride their tests. Let's say we've got 45 athletes coming forward across the 5 grades, but we've got 8 in grade 2, we've got 8 also in grade 1, and we've got a very big grade 3 today. We've got 12 athletes coming forward in that. Katrin Christensen going to be our first in the ring. We've got Lee Pearson and Breeza Pepper-Push, medalists from the other day in this grade 2 competition. Georgina Wilson, who was the individual medalist, she was the individual bronze in this grade, doesn't go. She is the British athlete who stands aside. She'll of course be back for the freestyle on day 6 of the Games, but it is not just about ranking in those first individuals, it's about scores, because this team is about putting the scores together. So although Georgia was an individual bronze medalist, it may be been felt that the likelihood and consistency of other athletes from Great Britain, and this will be the same across all of the grades and all of the teams, the scores are what counts. But of course, Great Britain, for instance, are leading our medal table at the moment, having picked up a medal in every single grade so far, at least 1, of course, what with Sir Lee and Georgia picking up 2 medals in grade 2. Short ring, 20 meters by 40 meters. The team test is a different test from what we've seen over the last 2 days for each grade, but it is still a set test written specifically to the level, the grade of comparative ability into which each of our athletes is classified based on their disability and impairment. So Katrin Christensen, Katrin, who was 6th best in grade 2 in the individual test, scoring just under 70% in her first major championships for Denmark, and of course first Paralympic Games therefore. Katrin rides with muscular dystrophy, which causes weakness in her legs and feet, and uses custom-made reins and special bands in her stirrup to keep her feet in place. You've just heard the bell from the judges. You can see the countdown, and she prepares to enter the test for her grade 2 team test performance.
Katrin now making beautiful straight entry to the halted X. This test to music, the riders choosing their own music to enhance the paces. The music itself not being judged, just the performance of the horse and rider in the test. Medium walk. Yeah, making good use of the corners here. Setting the horse up for this transition to trot. And just a beautiful flowing picture here. Judges looking for the harmony between horse and rider, and the correctness of the movements. Just looking a lovely flowing trot. Quite active.
Katrin was saying in her biography, one of the things with her condition is that she really has to manage her energy throughout the day, and I think that's probably something that a lot of our athletes in grades 1, 2, 3 really have to consider.
It's really important. They have to think about not just the first day, they've got to last all the way through the competition. Lovely, lovely leg yield here. You see the crossing of the hind leg, the forelegs, shoulder leading. Really, really super sort of example of it. But yes, and again, some of our grades have been warming up in the air-conditioned indoor arena, in the 1s and 2s. So again, that just helps preserve their energy. And again, here on the serpentine, equal loops, has to be 3 equal loops, no change of rhythm over that center line as you change the bend left to right, right to left. And just super flowing, lots of energy. Lots to really like about this test. Again, a muscular dystrophy causes the weakness in the hands and the legs. So Katrine here using the 2 sticks as just a help and a guide for the horse, and sort of almost fine-tuning. All right, again, very accurate at M there, the transition.
We'll talk a little bit more about it as the day goes on, but when we talk about the sticks or various other, as I mentioned, what we call them compensating aids, and they're all recorded in the rider's classification. And sadly here at the Paralympics, we did have a situation where a rider rode with the incorrect compensating aids, and it was super expensive. It cost them a 10% deduction. So the stewards from the International Equestrian Federation, that's part of their checks at the end of the test.
Just here at that halt, almost a little bit too far forwards. She'd wanted to be more, picking up more marks. Her body should have been at the sort of marker. That's legit. And again, a little shoulders leaning, but look, good crossing. Horse listening. Do you see those ears just flicking back? Really good quality test here. And again, the judges looking at the harmony. They're judging the performance. They're not judging the physical impairment of the rider.
Just looking at this test, you know, we announced her coming into the ring as a 69% competitor already at these Paralympic Games, but we know from her form book that she has consistently scored over 70 and as high as 74. And if she can replicate that today, and this is looking like a very, very strong start and error-free, if she can stay there, suddenly Denmark's fortunes change, because we predict them at the moment, on paper, 4th. They'll suddenly move up to challenge for a medal.
That's it, just a little bit of look there, the horse in the corner, but just settled again. And again, a lovely, showing the length and strides in the trot. Not a medium trot asked for here, but just the length and strides. Really balanced into and out of. And Katrine here leaning forward to give the horse that extra chance to stretch. And just look at the overtrack there, the hind legs way in front of the imprint of the four feet there. Really super high earning.
And to compare that and contrast, what normally you wonder, why do all of our para-athletes lean forward or choose to lean forward? It's because they can then maintain their hands in the same position on the reins, which is so important. Of course, our able-bodied riders are letting the reins slip through their hands and then picking them up so quickly to do the smooth transition back up.
That's it. You'll see as the competition progresses the different sort of reins that are used, and some they can't slip those reins. And again, just look at this, the quality in that trot. Showing some length and strides there. Good transitions back. Picking up marks in all kind of areas here. The quality of the paces, the riders, the position. This will come in at the last sort of 4 marks at the end, the collectives there. But again, it does have an effect in each part of the test. The 8-meter vault there, again, the circle, the rider having to be very accurate to earn the highest marks. Big smile there. She knows this has gone very smoothly and very beautifully. She comes in onto that centre line. Prepare for the halt. The judge is looking for all 4 feet to make a square. And there, look at that. Super finish.
Fantastic. What a way to start the team championship at these Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. As Katrin Christensen and well done Dallas, I think they're going to go significantly ahead of their individual score of 69. It was such a smooth and confident and composed start for this pair.
And I think having now the second opportunity to come back in, maybe your competition nerves are sort of settled more, you know what to expect in the arena, and has given her the confidence to sort of push for that little bit extra.
And that's not just the rider's mentality, but actually it's about understanding. We talked a little bit previously in another session about how warming up the horse is so critical, but now each and every rider has an understanding of how the horse is likely to react coming in the competition atmosphere, whether they'll become a little bit shy and timid and be a little bit overwhelmed by this big arena, or whether, as some of them will, that some of them are absolute showmen. They'll walk in and they'll go, every single seat is looking at me.
That's it. And while we don't have the volume of people looking, a lot of supporters, it still has that atmosphere.
72.515. Fantastic start for Denmark's Katrin Christensen. That test really suited her, and that second day of experience in this ring has really helped make the difference. And that, again, even at this early stage, we start to see the dynamics of the team competition, because suddenly Denmark now challenging for one of the team medals. We predicted them to be 4th. They've gone up 2% on our prediction, 2.5% maybe, so they're up to potentially a 2-2-3 as a team. It's very, very exciting indeed, and Denmark, of course, such a strong nation. We'll see one more of their riders today, gold medalist Tobias Torning-Jorgensen, who could throw down a very, very big score as well. But the second team drawn is Singapore, and Singapore is going to send us Maximilian Tan, Max, with Don's Daydream. They scored 61% in the individual test, and again would like to just come back and use that experience under their belt to improve and move up the scoreboard today and help, of course, Singapore's team chances.
Can you hear the music in the background? The riders choosing their music, choosing something to enhance the horse's paces, but they're not being judged on the music today. Not quite a square halt there. Judges would have been looking at that, but they would have seen that more from the EB side. Of course, we had the 5 judges all having different angles of view. Max, they're just preparing for this transition to trot. Horse just maybe not helping him so much. There we go, into the trot.
Max, already a 2-time Paralympian, having ridden at London and Rio. Congenital cerebral palsy, and holds a diploma in technology and arts management and a postgraduate then in communication strategy, and works in human resources.
And cerebral palsy, for those who don't know, it's often caused by a lack of oxygen at birth, and it affects the movement and motor skills. So you'll have a great range of cerebral palsy athletes within the grades, and some will have more bodily movement than others. The horse here just, there we go. Max using the stick there just to back up that transition, saying just move across. There we go, losing a bit of impulsion here. Judges would be looking more for a marching walk, but again, a good, clear 4-beat rhythm, which is all important. Up into the trot. Lots of circles and changes of direction here. So again, into this serpentine. I always find the serpentine, it just gets the horses flowing more.
It's worth also thinking about the way the test is written. Sometimes the movement can begin and end very quickly. A serpentine movement is a lot of riding, a lot of changes of pace sometimes in the grades where they're asked to come back down to a regular trot, you know, a regular walk out of trot in their serpentine, all for a single mark out of 10.
That's it. And as a rider, you want to know which movements are gaining you what marks, so you can link those in, so you know to be accurate at certain points. Back up into the trot, using the forward momentum here. Comes around the half circle.
Quite a lot of our Paralympians are multi-sport athletes as well. Max has participated in parasailing in the past as well, and I know plenty of our para-dressage riders, just like actually our Olympic riders, they love a bit of winter sports, and quite a lot of them do para-skiing and para-winter sports.
A good halt there for Max. Legs almost four square. He comes into this leg yield. So starting straight from a straight point there, and then he'll just be, once he passes E, he'll just start to ask the horse. A rider here can use the stick, can be using the weight. You'll often see them give little wiggles in their bodies just to say, come on horse, just move this way. And using the corner there.
I think it was quite interesting because I'm so used in dressage to maybe saying opens the hand, and you know, for that leg yield he might have opened his right hand, and what Max is doing with the stick is just lifting it right away from the horse, maybe even allowing the horse to see it out of the corner of his eye, which is again going to be a signal to say, look, it's okay to move off to the right.
That's it. Of course, these riders also able to use the voice in moderation, so a lot of them will have voice cues, sounds or words. There we go, showing some length and strides at the trot. And again, you can see the difference between the working trot and the length and strides there. And that's all the judges are looking for at this grade 2, just to be able to see a difference. Obviously still looking for the rhythm, etc. And in the walk as well. Has to be rhythmical forward. And here we see Max leaning forward, but also able just to slip his reins slightly. Horse again stretching down. The judges will be looking for the high earning marks, the neck, the top of the head just stretching down, and maybe the nose going down as low as the knees, and just the nose poking out slightly, stretching forward. Get a good transition there from Max. Again onto this half 20-meter circle. Into the corner, just setting him up for another showing of the length and strides. And again, for the higher marks, judges will be looking for the horse to be a little bit more together, a little bit more contained. But again, a very, very smooth test. It's all about the harmony between the horse and rider. Again, Max looking around here, checking where he is in relation to the score, so he gets the dimensions of the circle correct.
Which again is an 8-meter circle, which riders at every level find difficult to place. So often they would just find themselves much closer to 10 meters because it's the way the ring is set up. It's 40 by 20 meters.
There, the horse just thinking, oh, are we stopping now? Are we stopping now? Just reluctant there, thinking, there we go, into the halt for Max.
So the first of the 3 riders for the team from Singapore, Max Tan and Don's Daydream. All 3 riders of Singapore will go today, in fact, day 1 of competition, so Singapore might on paper be the leader. Canada will also see all of their riders today, but for most teams, their athletes will be split across the 2 days of competition, with grades 1, 2 and 3 going today and grades 4 and 5 tomorrow.
And there, one of the close-up shots, just seeing a loop that Max has, a hand hold on the front of the saddle. All riders are allowed those. Again, that's just part of the compensating aids that are allowed. It's so great to see the joy on their faces when they come through, because it's such a partnership, isn't it, between the horse and riders. That's what this is really all about.
So we'll get Max's score in just a moment as our second to go. Remember, they're not in competition with each other. We just, of course, bring forward the grades together. What Max's score will be is the first leg of the three-part team score for Singapore, and it's 61% exactly, 61-0-0 for Max Tan and Don's Daydream. I think Max, having scored 61 in the individual as well, that is not going to be far off their predicted team score, so it won't change the fortunes too much of Singapore at this early stage of competition. Well, a little bit of redemption now for Céline Gerny. Céline, who we thought could have been an individual medalist here with us in Tokyo, and instead ended up incurring a technical elimination. She didn't enter the arena within the 60-second countdown of the bell. She won't let that happen again, I'm sure. But it was absolutely heartbreaking, and it just threw the competition a little bit as well, having one of the real favorites sidelined like that. Céline Gerny and Rhapsody.
Again, Céline just setting up the horse here. Once the bell rings, you have 60 seconds to present the horse into the arena at A. And in a moment, the stewards will close the arena behind her.
So Céline, already a Paralympian at 2008 and 2016 Games. She actually missed the London Games, where she would have otherwise probably been an athlete as a result of a badly broken leg. Céline has paraplegia caused by a riding accident 20 years ago, 2001.
Paraplegia always relates to the degree on the spine where a lesion is, where the nerves have been interrupted within the spinal cord. But again, a lovely flowing trot here, really forwards. She comes across the thing. And you'll notice in this grade 2, there are lots of sort of quite sharp changes of direction. So the judges put it, they have a team of judges who put together the test, and they're always looking to sort of challenge the riders at certain points. And for these riders, you'll see some of the turns come up quite quickly, from the 8-meter circle suddenly to having to go onto a diagonal line. It's all quite quick changes of direction for them. Again, really lovely leg yield there, smooth, rhythmical.
Céline knows what she's trying to achieve. She trained as an instructor at the École Nationale d'Équitation at Saumur, and trains at Saumur to this day. Uses their fantastic sports facilities there to train in hand cycling and swimming alongside her riding to build up her strength.
And here in that serpentine, at each change of direction across the centre line, the judges wanting to see the horses in a straight line. They don't want to see the diagonal turn that we had that was allowed in the grade 1s for their test. They certainly need to see that. And again, touching back to something we said a little bit earlier, that certain tests will suit certain riders and horses. Just the movements that come up in the particular order will suit a horse, let's say, a little bit more than another. And another sort of point the judges will be looking for is the head carriage. So they want to see the point between the horse's ears, which we call the poll. They want to see that as the highest point. And yes, you might say, well, this is, sport for the physically impaired. We are still looking at the same level of expectations as non-disabled sport. We're still aiming for the same criteria. And so just onto the 5-meter line, and then she'll start asking for the horse to step sideways. The quarter's just trailing here a little bit. Like to see them a little bit more together. There we go, a little bit better there. But again, we're talking in degrees here, but these are sort of like the mark earning points.
And of course, with, you know, our first in the ring, Katrin Christensen coming in and riding such a positive test, everyone else is going to be playing in these early parts of the test a little bit of catch-up.
I think so again, but there's lots to like on this. You know, there's the forwardness. Do you see just the overall shape, the impression? And now to show some length and strides. Judges will be looking for even strides. Maybe not so much difference showing back here, but like a transition in and out being clearly defined. And they just see her, well, not, you could just see the lip movements, the little click she's giving there to the horse, a little instruction. And as I say, these riders are allowed to have this in their sort of tools as their aids. And Celine here, the strapping on her legs, again, just to help with support, keep her stable in the saddle. But it's all done in such a way that if there was an unfortunate accident, then it would give. She's not being held there sort of permanently like that. It will give and break. And such positive forwardness. Here she comes in to again show these lengthened strides. Again, judges looking for equalness of stride. Lovely transition to the walk, just smooth and flowing. You barely see any movement in the head and neck. So the horse not dropping down onto what's called its forehand and just diving forwards, but just holding itself up. And again, the 8-meter circle, having to judge your distance, because obviously it's 10 meters to the center line, so you have to be sort of a mathematician and be good at drawing pictures in your mind of where you want those shapes to be.
Well, as we said, it is something of a redemption, and I'm very, very pleased to see her with a smile on her face as she comes to her final halt. Such a crushing disappointment to miss out on the individual, and of course by doing that missing a place in the freestyle as well. So this will be her only test ridden at these games, and she hopes to really make it count. Céline Gerny and Rhapsody, the first to go for France.
That's it. I just think a lovely harmonious picture. Just really forward and active. Again, making use of the arena. Here again, just the horse just a little slow to react. And you see on her gloves the French flag.
So Celine and Rhapsody will get their score as one of our Grade 2 riders. Our German rider comes forward, now waiting for the bell to start her test. And the bell goes for Heidemarie Dressing. The German rider will be the only rider we see from the German team on day one of the team championship, but we go back to France's Céline Gerny and Rhapsody, 71.515. It is pretty much on prediction for France, so they continue as predicted so far. Heidemarie Dressing and Laboum go next. Heidemarie, who was a European Championships rider in 2019, has made her Paralympic debut with us here. A rider who was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in her 50s. And you can see the earpiece. Heidemarie has her test called for her, and some callers will do it out loud, and we saw that for Rosemary Gaffney of Ireland, and then other riders have it just with an earpiece. But all the time, those controllers, those test readers, are accompanied by a steward to make sure that they are not giving any coaching or any further information. They are literally just allowed to read the rubric, the set written test.
Here's Heidemarie, comes into the 20-meter circle. So I'm getting ahead of myself at the half 20 into that change direction. It just seems such an odd movement. And the rider's having to be really balanced to make that turn across the score there. Into the walk. And then just a little, there we go, into the crossing here for the leg yield. See the crossing of the steps there. And the horse almost parallel. Exactly what the judges are looking for. The shoulders can lead slightly, but they're looking for that parallelness of that. Again, lovely balance there as she changes the bend. And these can be the challenges for some of these riders with their balance, etc. These quick sort of changes of direction that come up. How the tests are set to give some challenges to the riders. Into the walk again now. And you'll see that Hardnery has some safety stirrups, almost like the little hook that comes around the toe, just to prevent her foot sliding through the stirrup. Again, the judge is looking at the harmony, maybe the horse just drawing down a little bit here in the head, looking to have the point between the ears at the highest point. But again, the overall harmony is excellent. Not quite square, the horse just squaring up there. Again, the judge is looking for that square box that all 4 feet make. Again, into the second of the leg yields.
Germany are one of our challenger teams at these games, having been so frequently on the podium in recent Paralympic Games. The opening of the day, we predicted them in 6th, but Heidemarie Dressing is going to be a great contributor to that with 72% in the individual. And we would expect 72, 73 in the team test.
Comes in now, the serpentine. I really need to do my homework again. Sorry. She just looked like she was really setting up for that, to change the bend there. Again, judges looking for the transition in and out of these lengthened strides. Even though it's not a definite sort of set marker movement, they still want to see a difference. Just gathering up her reins slightly.
And anything like that that's a line where it shows some length and strides, you know, to maximise the marks, they are just looking for that little bit of regularity, that little bit of ring craft, you know, to show the lengthening evenly either side of, for instance, the centre point of the ring.
Absolutely. Anything that can make it sort of more like a mirror image, so the same amount of strides, one side of sort of X as the other, the centre of the score. Then it just shows that, you know, that you've put your thought into it, that you've planned that. Again, the circle here. Judges looking for rhythm in this 2-beat gait. Again, some length and strides being shown. Hardnery again using quite big blocks, knee blocks, and blocks behind the thigh there. Again, these are all allowed. They have to be within set criteria, sort of size, length. But all these allowed just to enable the riders to pull more. It's not to give them more of an advantage over their fellow competitors, but just to allow them to compete on an even field.
I think the other interesting thing about the compensating aids is how riders with maybe a very similar impairment or similar disability might choose very, very different compensating aids in order to achieve their success. It's what works for each individual.
It really is, and you never know until try really neatly sort of squared up there. She realised the front leg wasn't quite right, just moved that slightly. But no, it's only trial and error, trying all these different sort of different reins, different saddles, whatever, that you actually find what suits you best.
I cool German glasses. Heidemarie Dressing and La Boom completing their test. The first team rider for Germany, as I say, the only team rider for Germany we'll see on day one. They will be sending out a grade 4 and 5 tomorrow to complete their team score and see whether being one of our leading scores going into the competition can translate to a place on the podium. Marco Orsini, the president of the grand jury for the team tests. They're just returning the salute.
And these judges, of course, judging non-disabled sport as well, open sport. So we have a great depth of experience here.
So Heidemarie, as we wait for her score, and it's through, 72.515. That is a good start for Germany. It's exactly the start they wanted. And on 72.5, there's not going to be any big change to Germany. They're not going to climb in the way that Denmark maybe has against their prediction. Now, this is an interesting opening test now for the defending champions, Great Britain. Lee Pearson, who took an 8th individual Paralympic title, here with us 2 nights ago. Lee and Breezer. I just love how this horse is named, because Breezer is by Bacardi. Lee has been involved with the Paralympic movement since he made his debut at Sydney in 2000, so he's only missed 1 Games of the current era of paradressage at the Games. Events in paradressage were held in Stoke Mandeville in 1984 in parallel with the 1984 Summer Paralympics, but it was Atlanta in '96 where they joined the program at the Games.
And Lee taking every moment of those 60 seconds, using it outside the arena just to let the horse see everything. Because I just noticed the judges actually bringing these horses in really quickly, not giving them the time that they did the previous 2 days of competition. And a super transition there up into trot. And the judges will be looking for the rhythm, the activity, frame of the horse.
So Lee rides with an impaired range of motion due to congenital arthrogryposis multiplex congenita. And we were saying the other night during the individual, his legs actually under the britches, they're sort of encased in plastic, so he has no movement there at all.
He's very much a rider who will use sounds and voice as an aid, and you'll find that with a lot of the grade 1s to 3s that they have there particular, which makes it interesting if you get to sit on one of the horses and you use the wrong signal. But again, very smooth, very active, very forward trot. See no change in the whole horse's demeanour as it comes into those changes of direction. Little hesitation there. Judges would have been looking for it to be smooth forwards into that walk.
Lee is actually allergic to horses. It's obviously comes into its own in the periods when they're molting, but it is yet another challenge to him. He says when he actually first started riding, somebody had told him he probably wouldn't be good enough to go all the way in Paralympics, which he took as a red rag to a bull, and he has certainly proven them wrong.
Again, lovely across the diagonal there. No change of rhythm. A little bit unsettled there So that the judges would have been looking for a smoother transition and the head and neck remaining constant rather than coming up. Maybe that was the camera there.
Yeah, it was interesting because the horse was a little bit wide behind. You could see the off hind was actually just sat a little bit on the board, and I think that just made Breezer a touch uncomfortable. I know Lee, in familiarization, he was working quite hard on squaring up his halts.
Again, using the corner, set up the horse into this 20-meter circle. Again, just super rhythm. Judges looking for the harmonious picture. The length and strides just being shown. Good sort of transition back into the working trot. And again, these riders work very hard at this. It's not just something they do, that take it very, very seriously. And again, Lee able to just let the rein slide through the neck. Sorry, slide through the hand so the neck can stretch out and down again. The strides of the horse lengthening as you allow its back and neck to stretch. Get into this forward active trot. Circle. Lee opting to use just the one stick, using the voice as his major aid. Get the transition to walk, forwards walk. Judges looking for the activity in the walk, a clear 4-beat rhythm. Again, judging very carefully the size of the circle. Again, the riders choosing the music they want as the background music, the music not being judged today, but it being very much a test to music still.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of You'll Never Walk Alone here from Rodgers and Hammerstein's Carousel, or probably the Cop End at Anfield. I know he's a Staffordshire boy, so I don't know whether he's a Liverpool fan or a Rodgers and Hammerstein fan, but he certainly has chosen that music to be part of his routine here in the team test. So Lee Pearson and Breezer scored 76% for the gold in Grade 2 here earlier in these Tokyo Paralympic Games, and would hope to be putting down a similar score today to keep Great Britain in touch for Team Gold.
As we see some of the highlights from his test, concentration there, and there we just have it. Horse just touched the board in that halt.
It'll be that thing where the horses, I would imagine, just would have gone really cold backed. You can just imagine, because the horse knows it shouldn't have its foot on there, and you could see it was so ginger. It goes, oh no, I have my foot in the wrong place, and didn't want to put any pressure down on the foot.
That's it.
They are always, they know what's wrong and what's right, and they are so willing as partners in sport, these horses. They're always trying their very, very hardest for us.
This is the first of the team runners from Austria. The sailor blue is Pepper.
No score yet for Sir Lee, and we get the bell for another medalist from Grade 2 in the individual. He has been Paralympic champion, Peppo Pusch, with Sailors Blue. 73.4 was Peppo's score. Peppo, who made his Paralympic debut in 2012. Peppo is also an Olympian. He rode in the eventing competition at the 2004 Athens Games. He incurred damage to his spinal cord, resulting in incomplete paraplegia after a riding accident eventing in 2008.
And by incomplete paraplegia, we mean that the spinal cord has not been completely severed, so he will still have some feeling and some little movement, but not a great deal there. So he came into the halt, move off. And again, lovely over track that you see in the horse's walk, so the hind feet overstepping the hoof prints of the front legs. And again, a lovely active trot. And I always just love it. The horses, even when a rider has so much movement in their body, these horses are so accepting. They seem to know what is an aid, what is not an aid. And I always just think they are just such gentle, beautiful souls. Up and out onto that quarter line, the 5 meter line, setting the horse up to move sideways. Again, just using a little bit of voice, a little bit of stick there, just a little tap over. Makes those strides quite easily. A little bit unsettled there in the head carriage as the Sailor Blue into that transition. Again, the changes of bend here. And the equal 3 loops. Again, a little bit of a backwards transition, not a forwards one, so the judge is looking for the smoothness there and not that moment of hesitation, but still a good transition. This 8 meter circle. Trot transition, just setting him up there for the turn. You just see a little bit of bend and the head and neck just before ready to come off onto that circle there. And again, the quality of these horses in the para dressage, it just continues to improve. None of these horses would look adrift out in open competition, and many of our riders indeed do compete in open sport.
And we also, on the other hand, we have horses. We looked up a couple of records and we found that they'd been to Prix Saint-Georges and Inter 1 in able-bodied dressage, and then found their niche really, because not every horse is going to make it to Grand Prix, the level we would have at the Olympic Games.
Again, the circle, looking for the accuracy, the points of touching the sides of the arena. Again, Sailor Blue into this medium, well, not medium trot, the length and strides. And again, just back into the working trot.
So that raises quite an interesting question for me. If I'm a judge and I sit and I'm asked to show lengthening within the pace, and instead I'm shown a medium trot, do I have to mark it down?
No, you're being asked the length and strides. You're being given length and strides. You're just being given a bit more.
Do I give too much? So say, for instance, I'm asked for lengthening within medium and I give what would really be an extended trot.
No, because you're capable of doing it. It doesn't, you know, that's the rider's skill, isn't it? That's not so much looking at the physical impairment. You're skilled enough to be able to show that. This circle, really forwards again. And the horse, you see a lot of movement here in Peppo, using the rising trot to keep the momentum going, and barely any movement in the horse's head and neck there through that. Just wanting to tuck down again towards the end as he comes there, but other than that, yeah, really good. preparation for the walk there. Coming in onto this circle. Again, just using his body weight there, little wiggle. And the sticker. And riders can use the stick on the shoulder, just behind. Sometimes you might use it just on the shoulder to just say, move that part of your body. Comes in to the final centre line and for his halt. Judges looking for good immobility. He squares up.
Pepper Pusch and Sailors Blue completing their test on behalf of the Austrian team. The first out for Austria. Teammate there, Julia Siana-Lepore, who will ride today as well. You can see her already in her jacket, ready to ride a little bit later on in grade 1. Peppo was the freestyle gold medalist in his grade at London, the individual gold medalist in his grade at Rio.
And again, we see Peppo there with his reins, just having the little stops on there, which helps stop the reins slipping through the fingers. And again, maybe something in dressage you don't always see as the breastplate, but again, the rider can use the breastplate as a handhold if they feel the need.
So we have seen 2 of our medalists from grade 2 of these games come back now for the team. Georgia, who was the bronze medalist in this grade, has been left to wait out for the freestyle because only 3 of the athletes from each nation that have 4 at the games can line out for the team. It's an interesting dynamic always, but Georgia will be here making sure she's supporting her teammates and helping them on their path, hopefully to gold. And we'll be catching up with Sir Lee Pearson's score in just a moment as well to see how that campaign is going. Whilst we wait for Peppo Pusch's score, one of the reasons we wait is because the judges aren't done when the horse leaves the ring. They have 4 more marks to give for paces, activity, submission, and for the athlete. That is a great score. 77.636 for Lee Pearson and Breezer for Great Britain. And that now, although we have yet to see the Netherlands and the USA's first rider, that puts Great Britain out in front on our prediction. Austria's Peppo Pusch and Sailor Blue, 74.909. That is in line with his 73% score that delivered him individual silver. Japan's Mitsuhide Miyagi and Charmander. Our facilities here owned by Japan Racing, JRA, and actually Mitsuhide comes to us from the world of racing. He was a training assistant and work rider with Japan Racing. And before his stroke, and then following his stroke, he tried a number of sports, including marathon and skiing for rehab, and found that horses were the best option because they gave him energy, of course, having been so familiar with them before.
I think once a rider, always a rider. Once horses are in your blood, I think that's it. Again, Mitsuhide using the rising trot to keep momentum and the energy. Riding with a double bridle. All of our grade 1s and 3s are allowed to use the double bridle, so the 2 bits in the mouth to give a little bit more definition, a little bit more fine control. And he's opted to use the 2 reins coming into 1. You'll see it comes into 1 near the bar that he's holding. And again, so many different permutations of tack that riders can use. Also using his body weight. Here you see a little bit of the hand, a little bit of the body weight. And each rider perfects their own means of achieving the same movements.
And of course, you'll have picked up by now that our tests are in the main mirror images of each other. And when we're talking about riders like Mitsu suffered paralysis in the right side of his body following that stroke in 2005. So the judges will be looking very closely to see his training and his ability and his the work he's done to try and ensure that the horse can perform as well to the left as it can to the right.
Good transition down to walk there at sea.
You can just see the cherry blossom between the huts as well, just having been blown a little bit by a breeze, and that's really nice to see, because this is an arena that can get very, very warm. It doesn't always allow the breeze to get down into it, and before the sun goes down, it can be quite warm down there.
And this is where just this circle, not quite coming off for him, but again, that'll be showing where the right side of his body, he doesn't have the strength to keep the horse's quarters out. So hence the horse coming in, but back into the working trot again, and a super flowing, rhythmical trot here. The horse just dropping down a little bit. The judge is looking to see the point between the ears, the poll, a little bit higher. Again, the halt at sea. Horse almost squaring up. Good in front, just one little step too far forward behind. But again, that's just picking up on the differences as to how your marking's going to be to come on that. So the straight line to the E, and then looking for this movement. So the horse, again, rider's stronger on the left, so can get that sort of crossover there. Whereas before we saw, be interesting to see on the circle, when that comes up in a moment, the circle to the left should be easier for him because he's got strength on that left leg to keep the horse out on the circle. Get the 20-meter circle there. Coming for those lengthened strides. Just a little bit inconsistency in the head and the neck, the contact there. But again, some stride shown, a difference in the length shown, a good transition there at sea. Again, just setting him up for the next movement.
You can see how just the merest change of his fingers on the bar creates the effect. It helps the horse understand what he wants next.
That's it. But again, you could see how the weakness was affecting him there, wasn't able to keep the horse out. But again, the judges, they can't take that into consideration at all. They must just judge what they see. They're looking for the correct size of the movements. Again, back to the rhythmical trot here. And you can just hear the caller in the background. There'll be someone there with the caller. Some lengthened strides. And then back with the transition. And the caller are allowed to repeat it. So twice maximum they can give the instructions. And if you're going to have a caller in sort of team test for music, obviously you've got to make sure that you ask for the volume of the music to be such that you can still hear your caller. And this diagonal line now, looking for X at the centre of the school to turn on to the centre line. And I always feel that when you're in the walk, coming to an end of the test, the horse can sometimes be backing off because it's thinking, yeah, we're coming to the end, we're coming to the end, we know, I know, and just keeping that momentum.
Mitsuhide Miyagi and Charmander complete their team test, the first team test for Japan, and that will be the second of his 3 tests this week, because finishing in the top 8 in his grade, he will be back for the freestyle as well. And there is just the most lovely quote in his biography. After his stroke, he said, "Horses brought me back to life."
I think that just sums it up, isn't it? They give riders, I don't know, such a sense of achievement, such a sense of purpose, and yeah, it's just phenomenal, the change, the effect they can have on people. And there you see the reins, and you have the extra length beyond the bar so that you can give if you wanted to do a free walk on a free rein, you can just push that hand forward, the bar goes up the horse's neck and allows it to stretch. But again, the plaits don't help as it gets caught in it.
So Mitsuhide Miyagi just waiting for his score. We were just chatting during the individual tests, you'll have heard us on air, but also just when we were watching the familiarization, what lovely, lovely horses the Japanese have put together for their para-dressage team at these games. We will come back to Mitsu's score as we're going to go on to our final rider from Grade 2. This is the representative of the delegation of the Russian Paralympic Committee. The first Paralympic Games for Yulia Polyakova. Yulia rides Romina Power. And again, she will be a freestyle finalist in these games as well, having finished 7th in her championship test on 66.8.
Just using the time there to prepare the horse.
Mitsuhide Miyagi and Charmander scoring 65.667%. Again, in line with his individual test score.
I'm just waiting for the bell there. This is something the riders will have worked on within their training as to, you know, preparation. Are they going to stay down at the end waiting to go in? Are they going to try to make another effort to go around the arena? Just using that time to set the horses up.
And of course, after one of their number was eliminated for failing to hear the bell and missing the 60-second countdown, all of the team structures and coaches and chef d'équipes will have been red hot on making sure their riders know where the screens are showing the countdown so that they can check if they thought they've heard the bell, they can look for the countdown and know, yes, I need to get going.
Yulia riding this really big, sort of striking black horse there. Horse just having a tendency, do you see, just to chuck its nose down. But she'll be working on that through the test just to get him up a little bit more. And a lovely flowing trot here. That's better. As you see, he just comes up that little bit more. See if he just maybe just drops back down again in the walk. So the trot really suits this horse. The trot movements within this straight line here into the leg. You're just tripping over its feet slightly. Got very long legs. Into that transition, up into the trot. And I do apologise, we have a mare here calling by the wrong gender, so sorry. But again, you can just see how much the trot work improves this, and the flowing, it's just more flowing. Again, good changes of bend from left to right and right to left across that centre line. Again, a clear 4-beat rhythm in the walk. Just looking for all these points. Good even size to that 8-metre circle. Each half of the circle has to match. And the half circles out. Back onto the diagonal. Just not quite square, almost there. And of course, that judge under C can see everything. Right sat beside them. Onto this 5-metre line again, setting up the leg yield. Horse could just be bent with his head just bent a little bit away from the direction he's going. But again, some crossing shown. Really having a good use of her fingers there, being able to just adjust the reins in her hand. Again, a very forward, active trot. You can see some medium trot strides, lengthened trot strides, and then back into that working trot. She sets up the next movements. And there we see she can just slide the reins through. The horse just snatching a little bit the reins. A little bit of a jog there. The judge is looking for a smooth transitions through there. And into the trot. There's also a lot of movement there. So she's doing well to keep all of that together. Setting up for this final set of lengthened strides. They could just show a little bit more difference to gain more marks on that, just show more difference between the two paces there. Julia just opting to use the one stick. The rider's picking the side that needs the most support for the horse to carry that on. So again, just backing up the leg there, the weakness in the left leg. Which comes on the diagonal to the centre line for the final halt. Just some hesitation. Squaring up.
The final Grade 2 rider in the team championship is the rider from the Russian Paralympic Committee, Yulia Polyakova, rider who started her competitive career in the riding club attached to Moscow Zoo. I'll get a couple of highlights of Yulia and see what her score will be to start off the campaign of RPC in these championships. We're going to see two of their riders here today. So as that concludes our Grade 2 riders as well, we'll be having a very short break here at Equestrian Park before we move on to our Grade 1 riders. 8 of those coming forward being selected by their team management to try and contribute to that team score. But Russian Paralympic Committee rider Yulia Polyakova and Romina Power will score 66.7. So close to their score in the individual test as well, staying very, very consistent across the first 2 tests. And remember, Yulia is a rider we'll see back for the freestyle as well. So here are the Grade 2 results. After Grade 2, Great Britain have Lee Pearson's score of 77.6 to actually move into potential gold medal position. Austria breathing down the hills, but the interesting one there is maybe Denmark with a 1 or 2% bump on their prediction as well. All of those scores will really start to make more sense as we see more and more athletes come forward. 1 or 2 teams, as we mentioned, Singapore and Canada. We will see all of their riders today. Day 1 of 2 of the team championship.
Very well done.
So plenty more equestrian to come today from Bajiko in the Olympic Equestrian Park, as we will have competitors for their teams from Grade 1 and Grade 3 coming up.
Next up, it'll be
Welcome back to Equestrian Park. We are in the midst of day 1 of 2 of the team championship in Paralympic dressage. We've seen the grade 2s, we've seen Sir Lee Pearson, gold medalist in the individuals here at these games, move Great Britain into the driving seat. But now some of their big competitors will start to line out, as we're going to see Roxanne Trunnell and Dalton as first in the ring. The gold medalist in this grade, Roxy, will be hoping to put USA back in the driving seat on predictions. They were about to take the gold medal in the teams, but of course that was before we even had the first horse and rider down the centre line. We've already seen some dynamics in the team, as I say, with Great Britain's Lee Pearson outperforming prediction and moving Great Britain up, and Denmark having a very good first ride as well. And of course their gold medalist going to be coming later on in grade 3 here. The team tests are specifically written tests. They again are a set test, but they are different to the individuals, so it will suit some horses and riders a little bit more. And of course the second day of experience in the field of play as well under competition conditions will have its own aspect to bring to bear on the performance of these horse and rider combinations. 20 meters by 40 meters the ring for our grade 1 riders as well. Our grade 1 riders are those with the greatest degree of disability or impairment. And we had some fantastic scores. We will see from the individuals just the gold medalist, Roxy, and the bronze medalist, Sarah Morganti, as Richard Snijders, who also scored over 80%, to take individual silver. He is not here as part of a team delegation, so we will see him next in the freestyle, the second set of individual medals to be ridden for on day 6 of the games. Roxanne Trunnell, who's now based in Palm Beach, Florida, near the big competition center of the Global Dressage Festival in Wellington, Florida. Roxy is in grade 1 as a result of a virus she contracted in 2009, which caused her brain to swell. That put her in a coma. She had a small blood clot that affected her brain and means that she is now a wheelchair user. She has a master's degree in psychology from the University in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And initially wanted to continue on in non-disabled dressage, but now has really embraced the world of para dressage. She comes to her first games and has broken a 25-year wait. My apologies, her second games, but a 25-year wait for the USA's gold medal, having not won a gold in para equestrian since Atlanta in '96.
And Roxanne and Dalton just move on from the first halt. Get a close up there. She's not using any sort of compensating aids really. The reins that she's using just has the little stops on there, so to stop her fingers sliding through. Getting a lovely over track shown and the good straight line. There. Judge is looking for the horse to overstep. Hind feet over the front of the forefeet there. And that's 8-meter circle she's just completed. That's double mark, so that's how much importance they put on, the judges put on these circles. Going on to the diagonal line and then onto the center line. Again, judges looking for the straightness of that walk. So easy to just wobble off the line. And the turn there, back onto the diagonal line. Roxanne just looking there for the A line, CA line. Get dead center in the score. Coming up for this second 8-meter vault, and again the double coefficient, the double marks on this. The riders having to be very, very accurate on the sizes to gain top marks. Good change of bend from the left to the right there. Horse just anticipating a little bit, just getting a little bit quicker in its tempo as it came around the corner, but quickly settled again. Quite a reasonable halt, maybe not quite square, but very reasonable, good immobility. Judges wanting to see the horses still, not anticipating. They have to give 5 seconds, so riders need to do their counting to gain the better marks. And here she'll be doing her serpentine. And this serpentine is slightly different to the ones we saw with the grade 2s, where the grade 2s had to come on a straight line across the short side of the school. Here with the grades, they can go on more of a diagonal line. The judges still looking for the changes of bend, the rhythm in the walk, the activity. And they're looking for balance as well, and the shape of the loops. Again, Naikawa just to slip the reins through her finger to allow the horse to stretch. Good stretching shown here. You see the horse, the nose dropping down, the nose dropping out. Really good. And then the judges again looking for the smoothness of Roxy, sort of picking the horse back up into the medium walk frame. Again, a lovely forwards walk. Good, clear 4 beats. Again, just getting the horse square, straight there. As she comes into this, and just that centre line, just from the letters A to the halt, that's with double coefficient. So important for the straightness on that line.
Roxy Trunnell and Dalton for the United States of America complete their test. Gold medalists in the individual with an 81.4 score. And an 80% score here would be a big contributor to USA and their place potentially on the team podium across these 2 days of team sport at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
You see the concentration on her face there. Judges and the riders always thinking of their horses there.
So our first grade 1 rider, just by the luck of the draw, is our gold medalist. And it'll be interesting to see now what this does to the teams. If she can replicate the sort of form we saw in the individual, USA will be about to go into gold medal position, but very, very early days. First rider only for each of the 2 teams. 80.357 is the score for Roxy Trunnell. First of the 3 there, Rebecca Hart, Kate Shoemaker still to come. 80.357 becomes the team score. There are no discards here, and we count in percentages. As you can see, I know some of you were concerned about us here at Equestrian Park with all the sirens in the background near a fire. We're actually in quite an urban area, or a suburban area, out to the west of the city here at Bajiko in Equestrian Park. And I know the officials here, the veterinary surgeons, will be keeping a very, very close eye on that situation as it develops. It is close enough to be hearing sirens, but not at the moment so close that we need to be overly concerned about our competition, but we will keep abreast of that. Back to Austria now. We're going to see Austria's second rider in the teams, and that will put them on a strong position with Bernd Brugger still to come tomorrow. And of course, this is the dynamics of it. With 5 grades and only 3 riders per team, we're going to see some riders, indeed some teams, some nations complete their team score today. Others might only have 1 athlete go today. But for Austria, it's Julia Siana-Lepore with Heinrich. Julia, 25-year-old Grade 1 rider for Austria, has cerebral palsy as a result of a lack of oxygen at birth. There's Peppo Pusch, her teammate, watching on. On Peppo's jacket a moment ago, we just saw the Rider Badge, which is one of the prestigious awards on the continent for consistent high-level performance in international competition. Julia Siana-Lepore. Rio Olympian at the age of 20, and as we were mentioning the other day, is in the first intake of sports soldiers to the Austrian army from the Paralympic side. 50% of the Austrian delegation at these games is made up of sports soldiers, and if these games had been held as planned 12 months ago, those athletes wouldn't have had that support. But fantastic that the Bundesheer is welcoming and embracing the para disciplines as well into their supported sports programs.
Now, Julia, as you say, has a cerebral palsy, so that affects the communication between her brain and the muscles, etc. So lots of involuntary movement. You can also have spasms, so the legs and arms become quite stiff. You can see a lot of movement in the body, but just look at the horse, just how smooth, consistent, not being affected, picking up what is actually an aid from her movement to actually mean something, and what is just her involuntary movement, and that can just be sort of ignored in the terms of communication. And this is just what I love about partnerships and relationships that develop between the riders and their equine partners. Again, just a lovely overall picture. The horse striding forward, good 4-beat rhythm. And again, don't forget that it's 8-meter circles worth double coefficients. She comes back onto this diagonal line, then onto the center. Lots of changes of direction, testing sort of balance and coordination.
Julia is going to be one of the riders these games who gets to ride all 3 tests. She qualified 7th best in her grade to go through to the freestyle, scored over 70% as well.
And there, really nice change of direction. Consistent in the frame of the horse. Again, the horse just ears flicking back and forward, just checking in with his rider. As she comes into this halt, squaring up behind, not quite square in front, but still a very good halt. Just a shame it sort of touched his head back, but again, that's just a minuscule point. Again, just affects the overall.
And just being that little bit cheeky as well, I'm sure he just feels he has a little itch on his shoulder, and he thought maybe now's the moment. We're just talking about balance and straightness and stuff, and Julia was saying in her bio she actually has differing strength in her legs, so that she sort of, as she describes it herself, she wobbles on the horse.
That's it, and you always have to be conscious of what you're doing and maybe tone down the amount you use your strong leg to match the balance of the other. There's always that sort of compromise between them, but again, she'll be using the stick as an aid just to support the right side, sorry, the left side. She completes serpentine. And again, the judge is looking at the harmony between horse and rider. And you do have to say this is a really harmonious picture. You can also see there's the loops between the stirrups and the girth, because she's got a lot of movement in her legs. That just helps keep her legs in a more secure position. Again, just super stretch from the horse there. Stride lengthening.
I just love his relaxation and his continuing way of going, because Julia can do nothing but have that stick, you know, moving with her spasms. And you know, if I was riding a horse like that and I waggled around a whip, I wouldn't expect to be sitting on it for very long.
I know. But again, and all these horses, you know, they've not been brought up with physically impaired riders. I mean, yes, some of our riders are training their own horses from youngsters, but these have been ridden by non-disabled people, and they're coming into this sport, they're just picking it up. They just have such integrity and such character, and they are just such willing partners. She comes in and look at that super square halt.
A huge smile from Julia Sian-Lepore, an athlete who has approached these games with such positivity.
Wonderful emotion as she concludes her team test for Austria.
So she will provide the second Austrian team score. Bernd Brugger will ride tomorrow for Austria.
And I know these are Paralympics, but these are all about the rider's ability. And you can just see it in here. We are only limited, or riders are only limited by sort of people's perceptions of them and what they can achieve. And the horse just gives the opportunity to show so much more. It gives you freedom, takes you places you would never go, never dream of going.
And that is a message that comes through again and again in the riders' bios as well, about how horses, you know, they've let them walk, they've given them freedom, they've given them dancing partners.
And there's a lot of preparation that goes in behind the scenes of this, and there'll be a lot of support teams there.
So now up to 147.55 for Austria as Julia Sian-Lepore scores 72.643. And that's a useful score actually for Austria. That's about 2% more than Julia scored in her individual test. And we're pretty much expecting riders to replicate their individual score. We would expect the conditions, the judges, etc., to see a replication. So Julia, she might feel that she underperformed in the individual. So now that is her coming back to form. Certainly she has found it, as a couple have done on this second day. Well, we finished off grade 2 with a rider from the Russian Paralympic Committee just a short while ago. We go back to the RPC now to welcome forward their second team rider, a rider who scored over 70% to be top 8 and take a place in the freestyle final. Vladislav Pronsky, my apologies. Vladislav with Silva Leandro. And we just see being led into the ring as well the companion horse. This is an option for riders in certain grades. If they feel it just helps their horse be a little bit more settled. And I think when we see these horses come out and be so brave a long way away from their friends, it's important to remember that they're herd animals. They do like to be together. And in choosing the companion horse, then you have to choose a balance between a horse. Maybe it works for some that they have a horse that they know very well. Other teams tend to ask another National Paralympic Committee to borrow a horse, because if they're too familiar, they might spend the whole time talking and whinnying to each other rather than concentrating on their job. So Vladislav Pronsky, RPC rider here in Grade 1 and will be a freestyle finalist as well. Vladislav in his first Paralympic Games. An athlete with cerebral palsy to find himself in Grade 1 and the native of Moscow.
They're a good active walk to start. Just lost the rhythm slightly coming into this movement here on the diagonal down to the centre line, but again, just settling back into a rhythm. Lots of people are asking about the breeding of these horses, but these are all sort of top quality, well-bred horses, aren't they? Dressage horses, but they've been chosen for their sort of super temperament as well as the movement. They're just a little cut to the left there, a little bit of a sharp turn. Just lining up there. You can see him eyeing up his markers. And again, a rider with a lot of movement, but the horse, again, just keeping on its balance, sort of rhythmical walk. I always love following the ears, just seeing how often the horses are checking in with their riders, concentrating on them. As he again comes onto this diagonal line, back onto the centre. Lots of changes of direction for them, and when you've got a body that's, you've got a lot of sort of involuntary movement, etc., it gets you thinking about using your sort of seat, your weight. Completes that circle, and again another change. So the straight line, important to be straight on that centre line before changing the bend.
I'm just going to back up what you were saying a little earlier on, Deb, about the breeding. I mean, this one is by the dressage sire Sandro Hit out of a mare by Rodiamont. So that's pretty good breeding. They say not every horse by those amazing sires goes on to become a Grand Prix horse, and I know we have ones by Jazz here as well in the KWPN stud book. But, you know, they'll have done maybe Inter One, maybe PSG with non-disabled athletes, but then they find their niche. And they do find their way to the Olympic, the Paralympic level. That's it. They, you know, just because they've been at level, they can come down and they enjoy the work. The riders sort of love them. But I loved in that halt how the horse just squared up from, just moved the hind leg, brought that into a lovely square halt. Again, onto this 3-loop serpentine. And again, these horses, look, you've got all that noise coming in from the outside sort of interference, and again, it just carries on in its superb, smooth, rhythmical walk. And again, don't forget the music. It's a test to music, but the music is here to complement the test. It's not being judged as part of the test. Riders choosing music to enhance their horses' sort of paces. And here we just like, the judges would probably just like to see the horse just drop his head, drop his poll, the point between his ears, just a bit lower so it comes down below the level of his back. But again, still a good stretch. Not so clear on the take-up. Maybe it's a little bit of a harder movement to get those sort of reins back, and just, you'll see him just working his fingers a little bit on the reins, just saying, come on, just come back to me a little bit more, just soften. Again, back onto the centre line. And again, the good 4-beat rhythm, the march. Judges looking for good activity. As he comes in, preparing for the halt. And again, the horse just squaring up nicely for him. So Vladislav, who scored over 70% in the individual test, can he do it again here tonight? It would be a useful score for the Russian Paralympic Committee if he can. Austria, the other nation who've got 2 scores on the board so far, both scores over 70%.
Maybe I should say here as well, you just saw him there at the end of the test as he came out, obviously really excited about everything, but then wasn't able to gather his reins so well. And again, a moment there where you can see holding the reins and just the fingers in the loop that's on the saddle for stability, so that's allowed. But going back to, I said, the reins, if a rider loses the reins and they maybe feel there might be a little bit of a safety issue, especially there where he's finished the test, then it would be acceptable for a steward to come in and help. You know, it is up to the judges how they do that, but if they feel there's a safety issue, then they can certainly step in.
So Vladislav looking for his score. And he scores over 70% again, 70.250, Vladislav Plonchky. And that will put the Russians, the Russian Paralympic Committee, onto that score of 136. But fantastic to come out and deliver over 70% again. But both of the RPC scores pretty much as predicted, so they're 136 as it currently is after 2 riders. We'll keep them on course. We see the RPC as finishing on about 208 points and maybe just outside the top 10.
And again, they're a country that have come a long way in this sport from the beginnings.
Another friendly horse coming down. I have to say that Bert Sheffield's horse from Canada was doing double duty as companion horse for her Canadian teammates and I think a couple of other national Paralympic committees. But Singapore look to be sharing duties amongst themselves. We've already seen Max Tan today. Max got the first score on the board for Singapore in this team championship of just over 60%, 60.9. And we're going to see the Singapore campaign complete here, actually, in this grade, because we not only have this next rider, but also Laurentia Tan in this grade, grade 1. This is Gemma Rose Jen Fu. Gemma Rose with Gambler. A 62.7 score for them in the individual. Gemma with congenital spastic quadriplegia cerebral palsy. Was born prematurely at just 24 weeks. Actually had a bad fall in 2016 as well. After falling from a horse, she underwent emergency surgery, having ruptured her spleen, and took nearly 8 months to fully recover and get back to where she would like to be in her riding. A veteran of the London and Rio Games, Gemma Rose Jen Fu for Singapore with Gambler.
Again, this entry walk and the halt worth 10 marks. Each movement, not only each separate movement, but movements linked together, earning maximum 10 marks.
You were telling us in a previous session as well why a rider might choose to ride without stirrups.
Yes, no, that's it. I mean, Gemma, our first rider in that we see without stirrups, it's because, especially with the CPs, maybe if they have a bit of spasticity, then the legs could move again quite a bit, or they may feel that if they're going to lose the stirrups, it's going to be more of a worry for them. But also just allowing, you can see that the toes are dropped down. Again, that's hard to sort of fit for a stirrup, so just often just more comfortable for them being that way, more balance for them. Nothing worse than trying to stretch and reach for a stirrup and being worried about what your foot's doing. And setting up these movements really nicely. A good, clear 4-beat rhythm again from the horse. Onto that centre line. Judges looking for straightness. And again, this circle here coming back through onto the diagonal. Again, changes of direction. The riders having to balance the horses when their balance is already compromised and as a rider, so they're having to work quite hard in these. And again, such a lovely frame here on the horse. And how he's moving, how he's listening to Gemma. Double coefficient movement there.
So the team tests were actually revised in 2017 after the Rio Paralympic Games, assumedly with an eye to the fact that we've changed the order, so the individual comes first. And has that meant that they've maybe, you know, if we think of the Grand Prix Special in the Olympics, have we maybe just tweaked this in terms of difficulty up a little bit?
It's not so much that. Test always, every 4-year cycle, they are looked at, not necessarily revised. I was not quite square, could have just done with picking that hind foot up, but again, a good still immobility. But no, tests are looked at generally, let's say every 4 years, and if they feel they need to sort of tweak something, they will. I'm not really sure that it was so much to do with the fact the grades kind of, they rejiggled the grades, etc. But just down to procedure. And a lot of thought and planning has to go into the changes in the tests. And also it gets put out to different nations to trial the tests, so you get feedback before making any definite changes. Gemma here using the looped reins. You can see lots of little loops up towards her hands or her hands on her, lots of little individual loops, so she can change the length of her rein depending on the movement that's asked or how the horse is sort of working that day. Yeah, the horse just coming in. Do you see his head just dropping? So here we go into the sort of giving the contact. Well, not so much giving the contact, but just giving the rein, allowing the horse to stretch. And again, judges liking to see the steps becoming bigger. Just a touch of a loss of contact that came into it, but again, just the overall impression is harmony here. And in the walk, the judge will be looking at the quality of the walk. They'll be looking at the regularity, the suppleness of the back, the balance, and the maintenance of rhythm and activity. Again, the straightness, so important on this centre line. Into the halt.
So bringing us to the halfway point of the Grade 1 tests here, contributing to the team scores, Gemma-Rose Genfu of Singapore with Gambler. We'll see Laurentia Tan from Singapore in this grade as well after the judges' break. You see the companion horse in the background, and a moment ago there also just a close-up of Gemma-Rose Genfu riding without stirrups, still able to give the leg aid.
And our grade 1 to 3 riders allowed to have the trainers ride the horse for them.
63.965 is the score for Gemma-Rose Genfu. That's the second score for Singapore, putting them on a total so far of 124.9.
Yeah, some of these horses are allowed to have the trainers, can school the horse for sort of up to 30 minutes in a day. The riders must be on the horse at least 15 minutes before the start of the test.
So very early days, but you can see there we've got 3 teams where we've seen 2 out of 3 athletes: Austria, RPC and Singapore. United States of America with the 80% from their first rider, Great Britain with 77% from their first rider, Those are two teams who are going to be duking it out, we feel, for the gold here in Tokyo 2020. A very short break. We'll be back to the action here in the midst of the Grade 1s in just a few moments' time.
So we're almost set to restart here with the Group 1 runners in the team competition. 4 more to compete in Group 1. Interestingly, it will be the first for team runners in Canada and for Ireland. And at the same time, we will also see the third and final runner for the team from Singapore.
さあ、このようなこの後ですが、団体グレード1、残すところ4組の順番の演技を予定しています。
Welcome back to Equestrian Park. At the moment, we are in the midst of the team competition, so we have quite a dynamic situation with some teams. We've only seen one rider so far. Some teams we've seen two, but with the early scores, we're already seeing quite an interesting development in the team structure. We went in here with three teams absolutely level pegging on paper: Great Britain, the Netherlands, and the United States of America. And now Great Britain have put their nose out in front of that group. We've seen the first for the USA. We've yet to see our first for the Netherlands. 4 more to go to conclude grade 1s who are participating in the team championships. Sara Morganti, the bronze medalist for Italy, Canada's first rider. We'll see all of Canada's riders today for their team, and we'll actually see the final team rider for Singapore in the next group as well, and then the #1 rider out of the box for Ireland.
Ladies and gentlemen, tremendous success at Paralympic and world level. The World Games with the different freestyle medalists.
So Sara Morganti, who's been twice individual freestyle world champion, won the individual test gold medal at the World Equestrian Games in 2018 as well. Rides in her 3rd Paralympic Games. Sara was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 1997, having experienced health problems for a number of years. Within a year of the diagnosis, she was no longer able to walk. She missed out on riding in one of the tests at the Rio Paralympic Games after her horse failed one of the trot-ups, the veterinary inspections, but got to compete in the team test at those games. So Sara Morganti, the bronze medalist from the individual here in Tokyo, is the first rider for the team from Italy. Sara's bronze medal was won on a score of 76.9.
So Sara making a good active move off from the halt. Sara using a few compensating aids here. She has the 2 sticks to help with the legs. The weakness in the legs there. The stirrups that you see, they are a safety stirrup. So in any untoward incident, then those would open and release the foot. And again, the loops, the long loops on the reins that she has, just to enable her to keep her place on the reins. She comes into this the 8-meter vault. Again, double marks awarded on those, so they can be high earning marks for accuracy and activity there. And again, a lovely flowing walk. I was really listening to the rider, real harmonious picture. The diagonal line to X, you could see her just lining up, looking for her marker, because obviously to judge the center, very center of the score, not always easy. Again, into this loop there. And then back onto the diagonal line again. And I should say that some of the physical impairments, like with MS, the heat, I always remember being told by someone with MS that actually for them, the heat helped their body greatly. And yet you could also have someone with, say, let's think, hypermobility, whereas the heat might make their sort of muscles and bones really lax and not so, you know, and they need maybe it to be cooler to keep the tightness in their muscles, to keep everything more in place. So, you know, conditions can play to different riders' sort of impairments in different ways. A really lovely forward, active walk, good, clear 4-beat rhythm. Judges will be looking for that, and look how she squares the horse up there. Superb. And again, good mobility. Judges looking for 4 seconds of immobility. And again, that movement worth double marks. And the judges, you have the music in the background. It is a team tester music, but again, the music is not being judged here. Come into the serpentine and say they can do more of a diagonal change across the center of the score, but the judges still looking for the change in bend.
Just talking about the music from a technical standpoint, what will happen with that then? We don't have a sound check for this team test. The musical director of the games was issued with everyone's music, and he sets it consistently in exactly the same decibel range as he's had the background music for the whole Olympic Games and for the individual tests. The riders, though, for the freestyle do get to come in and set their own level, because some will want it loud and some will just, because their horses might be a bit spooked by some of, say, the drum beats in it, they'll just ask for it to be softened a little bit based on his mid-level.
So in here, the giving the reins, just the lengthening of the strides, riders not having to give the reins away if they can, then obviously they are able to. Not penalised if they do that. And Sarah being able to give the reins rather than having to lean forward to do that movement. Just turning onto the centre line. We're going to double coefficient from the turn onto the centre line A, down into the halt worth double marks, and the halt itself and the immobility worth 10 marks. Again, the horse just squaring up there for her.
So our individual bronze medalist, Sarah Morganti. So nice when we read some of the biographies. We saw riders saying Sarah Morganti from Italy is their hero, and now they're on a team alongside her, which is always so special. Sarah Morganti, Royal Delight, scored 76% for their bronze, and they will get to ride all 3 tests at these games, having ridden the individual for a medal. They ride now for the team, and will ride the freestyle finale on day 6 as well.
And just in some of the close-up pictures there, you can see that Sarah's got a seat saver on. Not always allowed in open competition, but our physically impaired riders can ride in open competition with their dispensation certificates. But that just makes it a bit more comfortable for her. If you think of some riders who may have sort of very little flesh on their bones, again, it's just saving, causing sort of sores, etc.
So the judges, 5 of them arrayed around the ring, giving their marks for the set movements in this grade 1 team test. 17 set movements and then 4 collective marks. And Sarah Morganti and Royal Delight will score 79.321. That's a really good opening score for Italy. A little bit up on their prediction, and that could move them up the pack as well. We see them as a middle-ranking team, 8th or 9th, but that couple of percentage bump could start to move their prediction up towards the top half dozen of teams in this team championships. 79.321 for Sarah Morganti and Royal Delight.
But I think if I might just say, like, if you look at the quality of the horses, that was more of what you'd call, he wasn't so expressive, but he's still gaining the marks because she's so accurate, because the horse, the harmony was there, the fluidity. So, you know, what you gain on one thing, you can lose on another. So quite an even balance there.
Also interesting how close she has pushed her gold medalist, Roxy Trunnell of the United States of America. Roxy scored 80.3 here in the team test, and they will both be going head-to-head alongside their silver medalist, Richard Snijders, in the freestyle on day 6. So those medals are not yet confirmed by any stretch of the imagination. There could easily be a shuffling of the deck when we get to freestyle, as Sara Morganti has really looked like she's hit form here in the middle of her 3 tests. On to Canada. As we say, Canada will complete their team score today, day 1 of the teams, and they will start it here with their grade 1 rider, Winona Hartvigsson. Winona was unlucky to miss out on a place in the freestyle final. She finished 9th in her grade on 69.8%. Winona, who has arthritis in her knee after a ski racing crash when she was younger. She is a grade 1 rider as a result of multiple sclerosis.
Another interesting thing about Winona is the fact that she also judges, or she has worked as a dressage judge for Dressage Canada, so maybe that gives her a bit more of an insight into her test as to where she can pick up those extra marks.
It sounds phenomenally obvious when you say it, but actually the number of riders who, for whatever reason, get the opportunity to maybe go and scribe for a dressage judge, as to write down their comments and the scores, or to just simply sit in a judge's booth and see what can be seen, see what the judges see, understand and comment on. They say it revolutionizes their riding.
And again, this is a lovely quality walk, good 4-beat rhythm. Only just over tracking, so only just the hind feet stepping into the hoof prints of the forefeet, but really good rhythm, active. Chain to the bend there. Again, we're only using the 2 sticks to just a little extra aid to back up the legs with the weakness if she needs them. I think it's just a lovely consistency. Judges love consistency. And again, just a good frame, the poll, the point between the ears there, the top of the head, at a consistent sort of height. Just making the test look very easy. Onto this diagonal line, you can just see her eyeing up the line, the center line, needing to be perfectly straight from C to A. And again, keeping the same tempo, the same rhythm. Maybe a touch of her as it came on the corner there, off of the edge of the score. And sometimes that can be with the horses, that they just anticipate a little there. Again, getting deep into the corner, using every single part of the arena to setting up the movements. Coming in, preparing for this halt. Just see her looking for the line. Almost square, not quite, but again, won't be dropping too many marks just for that, but it's just those little extra things that can make the difference between nudging it up another half a mark.
And again, Winona is a rider just with her earpieces in, listening to High Performance Director for Canada, Clive Milkins, who's calling the test for her, just near the judge at B.
Also, one other thing I just picked up, that she has got some people at the corners of the arena. The riders can have this. And you'll see it was back in one corner, back towards the judge at C. There was another steward there stood beside them to ensure that no sort of help is given, but they can be there just in case of any unforeseen sort of eventuality, or the rider loses confidence, wants those people to step inside. And of course, if that happened, it would be at the judge's discretion as to whether they would lose marks for a whole movement, whether they would be eliminated, etc. But it can give the riders that bit much more confidence. And the stretching forwards here, the head dropping down, the head and neck dropping down, but maybe the horse's nose could just stretch forward a little bit more, the angle opening out a bit. But again, a good smooth pickup. And there you just see the Canadian in the corner with one of the stewards, and again, they're just at the 4 points of the arena. Comes in onto the centre line. And again, some horses can just anticipate here, but again, keeping that good, clear rhythm that the judges so love.
Winona Hartfixon and Onyx, the Grade 1 rider for Canada, will be the first of the 3 Canadian riders we will see today, day 4 of the Games. And in para dressage, particularly for the lower grades, we like to encourage waving as a means of appreciation of the test, so that the horses don't get that sudden spook from a big reaction to the crowd. I remember, as part of the sports presentation team in London, where we talked so much about home advantage, we were also saying to our audience when it came to the horses, don't turn home advantage into home disadvantage.
But here, I just think the quality of the work really shows through, the smoothness, the harmony. We might not have a smile, but I'm sure she's delighted with that.
So Bert Sheffield and Lauren Barwick to go later on in Grade 3. Grade 3 is going to be one of our biggest team grades, showing some 12 athletes later on today. And 69.464 for Winona, so pretty much in line with her individual test score as well. I say with no drop score, these all go directly in to the total team score for each National Paralympic Committee. So the first team to complete will be Singapore. We're going to see their final rider come forward in just a moment. Actually running a moment or two early, and the riders working very carefully towards the indicated start time, the published start time, which for Laurentia Tan is 12 minutes past the hour. You can see here she's going to step onto the field of play with just a little bit under 1 minute remaining. A rider in her 4th Paralympic Games, having been a medalist in London and in Beijing when the equestrian events were held in Hong Kong. Laurentia Tan, who represented Asia as one of the athletes selected to carry the Paralympic flag into the opening ceremony of these Tokyo 2020 Games. Laurentia with congenital cerebral palsy. Her CP also has meant that she has a hearing impairment since birth, which when we get there, because I think we will be seeing Laurentia back. Yes, she was 5th in her grade on 73.9%, so she will be riding freestyle, which he says is, of course, not super easy when you have a hearing impairment. So this should be the best score for the team for Singapore, as their anchor rider, Laurentia Tan and Benestro, come forward to ride their Grade 1 team test.
Laurentia, very, very experienced rider here. She'll be using some sounds as well for the horse, has part of her aid system. And again, she is more comfortable not having stirrups and having the stirrups and almost having the feet sort of put into a position. There's the freedom there. Just an unfortunate little stumble, just affecting the balance there, but again, back into rhythm. The judge is very much looking for that clear 4-beat rhythmic walk. Lots of activity. She comes into this double earning mark on the vault. And again, she'll be using her weight to assist with the turns and positionings of the horse.
We use the word vault to describe a circle of 10 meters or below, put into the test as kind of a gymnastic exercise. And the 8-meter circles are, they're really tough to ride at any level. So just showing their ability to produce that exercise in these tests is very, very important.
So the judges really set these riders some challenges. So, they don't get it easy. And the judges judging what they see, the effect of the rider on the horse, they're not judging the rider's physical impairment. It's a level playing field for them, and they judge exactly the movements they see. And of course, as we said before, the music is not counted in this. There is the background music, but it's not being judged in the final score. So again, a lot to love on this. The harmony with the horse and rider, the rhythm, the activity. She comes in to prepare for this halt. Just an unfortunate stumble there. But look at that, super halt. The 4 seconds, a double mark on that halt. And again, the smoothness of the transition up into the walk. Lorenzo, one of the riders, CP riders, with a lot of movement. But again, just look at the horse, just smooth, calm, consistent. They really come to accept this, and as to what is an unintended movement aid and what is actually meant with intention as an aid. Again, good over track of the walk. The pole, point between the ears staying as the highest point, not dropping down too much. And leaning on Lorenzo's hands. Again, nice and straight there. Judge is still looking for the straightness on those straight lines. And again, the rider's sort of imbalance can affect how a horse positions itself. Using a little bit of a lean and also just letting the reins slip slightly. But you see how she has to twirl them round to gather those back up. But again, just a super consistent, smooth test. As she eyes up that centre line here, coming in for her final hold. As I say, the double marks here on that centre line, just that centre line itself. Little wobble. The horse squaring itself up nicely.
And interesting as well when you consider the freestyle, where it's important to finish with the music. Lorenz's music that the Singapore National Paralympic Committee had provided just finished a little bit early there on the center line. So that's something we'll be listening to in a test to music, but this is a test with music, so actually it won't count against her. We heard quite a lot of St Elmo's Fire from John Parr as her supporting music there for Lorenzo Tan and Banestro, and that will be the final score for Singapore. They will, in a moment or two, be the leading team in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
And here in the highlights, you just see Laurentia. Again, her loops, some riders just have 1 or 2 loops. Laurentia choosing to have lots of loops up through the rein, so she can really have a lot of flexibility in how much range she gives the horse.
Laurentia, who's based in London, graduate of Oxford Brookes University, where she studied hotel and hospitality management. And Laurentia scores 75.857. That's a cracking good score, a couple of percentage points improvement over her individual score, and it puts Singapore on 200 points. So 200.792, putting those 3 percentage scores together. And Singapore will become our first team to complete here in Tokyo. A couple of teams yet to get off the start line. Australia, Belgium and the Netherlands. We have yet to see the first rider for each of those teams. And another team to get off the start line is going to be Ireland, but that will happen now with the final athlete of Grade 1. We also mentioned that Laurentia, as well as riding, participates in para swimming, and I know a lot of you will be very interested in our para-equestrian athlete who's here at these games competing in Paralympic swimming, and that's Susanna Hext from Great Britain, and her next races are on day 5 and day 6 of the games, which, as we sit here tonight in Tokyo, is tomorrow and Monday. But of course that will be different for you wherever you are in the world, but really exciting for us to have another athlete here to keep an eye on. Could so easily have been here riding as a Grade 3 at these games, having won European gold medals in Rotterdam in 2019. Well, as we said, a team for whom we welcome forward the first of their 3 riders. This is Ireland's Michael Murphy. Michael with Clever Boy. This is a combination that could easily have scored over 70% the other day in their individual test. It didn't go their way, unfortunately. So now they'll have used that experience to come back, think about their warm-up. Just chatting to Elder Klatsko there, who is the training rider for this horse. Michael, who has a very rare syndrome, Dierin-Sotis, an inherited neurological condition that gradually affects a person's ability to move, giving him an impaired range of motion. But a hugely determined competitor and determined young man, recently graduated from Warwick with a degree in biology.
As you say, Michael trained by Elder, and Elder here with him, come out specially with him. And it can always help so much when you have a coach who knows your horse so well, when you're coming into these new situations with them. Again, just settling in to their rhythm now. Coming off onto this 8-meter circle. And again, taking a lot of judging, you need to be sure you're not touching the edge of the school. He comes in onto that diagonal line. And again, horse just swinging nicely through. Nicely balanced. Good 4-beat rhythm, nice and active. Michael just using his voice there as an aid. As they are Grade 1 to 3 riders allowed to use their voice. Could maybe have used the corner a little bit more, just cutting short slightly.
So you'll see 2 ways of using the corner when we're going large, when we're working around the ring. you do want to go deep into that corner because it also helps you prepare for what's going to come up next, whether it's turning across the diagonal, working up the long side. When you're working on a circle, then simple geometry means that you're not going deep into the corner. And that's where some riders in ringcraft make their mistake. They would ride a circle corner in normal, and then when they're riding a circle, they maybe go a little bit too deep into the corner. And the judges are looking at all those geometric shapes.
Very much looking at those, and again, that's where you're picking up some of your points. Again, a lovely halt there. Not quite square, but good enough for some good marks to come. And again, the horse just staying still. The frame, the neck, the head, all just in a superb sort of shape there.
I mean, this is such an exciting combination because you can see that Michael here, he has a lot of horse. But that counted against him the other night. And obviously then they've gone back to the drawing board in terms of how much work Michael does, how much work Elder does with the horse, how early they start. And it's just coming together. Now you've just got this feeling all the time of power, whereas the other night that power was just breaking through Michael's ability to really show it off the way he would like to.
That's it, and that's the, that's kind of the decision you have to make when in your riding, when you've got this type of horse and the quality that we have here now, because you want the energy and the forwardness, but if you put a little bit too much in, then you just lose the balance slightly with it. So you say, and they've had a great sort of run up into these games, some superb sort of scores, etc. Okay, just a little stumble there, just affecting the balance momentarily, but again, back into the rhythm. And when he asked for the stretch just now with the horse's stride just increases. Again, so good activity forward, 4 beat. Michael opting to use the double bridle, the double bits. And our 1 to 3 riders are allowed to do this as long as it's not having any sort of detriment effect, too much movement in the horse's sort of head, etc. Then they are allowed to do this. And again, good active walk coming down to the halt. And the horse just squaring up beautifully for him.
He smiled the other night because he'd ridden his first ever Paralympic test, but it wasn't quite what he wanted. He'll smile tonight because I think that is much, much more what he was hoping for.
His teammates were certainly giving him the thumbs up there.
Yeah, Rosemary Gaffney there on the kiss and cry alongside Michael's brother, who's living with him in the athletes' village at these games.
I think it's people realizing how much assistance they can need and how much it is a team effort. Again, the assistance off the horse, the assistance needed to get on the horses, the preparation there.
So our final Grade 1 rider opens up the account for Ireland. We'll get his score in just a moment. Will it be above 70%? He certainly would love it to be. Get a little bit more into the shape that they hoped to show at these Paralympic Games. Unfortunately, the team test will be the final ride for the Irish. I think all of them finishing outside the top 8 in their grades. Look at that, 75.179 for Michael Murphy. That, as I say, is a lot more what Ireland were hoping for from Michael in the individual test. Certainly what Michael would have been hoping for. Now he delivers it, though, on behalf of his country. 75% is a great start for Ireland. And that is going to take us into another break. Singapore have completed their team challenge, scoring 200 across 3 riders. Austria and the Russian Paralympic Committee have seen 2 of their riders. USA, Italy, Great Britain on good scores. Ireland there, right in touch on 75 as the opening score for them. Denmark could be a top 5 team. Germany could be a top 5 team. France could be a top 5 team. Canada, will see them finish today. 2 more riders to come from Canada. And again, that is going to be in our final grade, Grade 3, coming up shortly here from the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
Hey, brother,
Welcome back to Equestrian Park here on day 4 of the Games, where we are in the midst of the team championship. We've seen 2 of the 5 grades ride their team test. Now we have the athletes who've been selected for their nation's teams, who are part of our classification in grade 3. Big grade as well. Some 12 athletes from this grade have been selected to be part of their nation's teams. And from this grade we will see 2 for Canada, who will finish off their team campaign. Singapore have already finished their team campaign. We've seen all 3 of their riders. Bert Sheffield will be first in this grade, and then Lauren Barwick. Tobias Thorning-Jorgensen, the gold medalist in this grade, will be in before the break. Then we're going to take Rebecca Hart, Kate Kerr-Horan, Barbara Minetti, who was so close to a medal the other day, Rix van der Horst and Finsley, who was the bronze medalist, and Natasha Baker. She was the individual silver medalist in this grade, all hoping to see if they can accrue as many points as possible towards their team score. So Bert Sheffield is going to be our first to go, the Canadian rider. With Fairuse, 69.7 was their score, to sit outside the qualification zone for the freestyle. So this will be Bert's last test of these games, and she'll hope to make it count. Second Paralympic appearance for Bert, who was born and raised in the UK and started riding then for Canada several years ago. Bert, who's in this grade as a result of an acquired impairment. She was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis at the age of 15.
When you're waiting for that bell to go, it can seem an awful long way to go around that arena.
You were saying on our way into the show today as well, as Bert Sheffield and Fairuse come down the centre line, how the girls in the sport, they've thought, this is the big stage, I'm putting on my war paint.
I did, didn't I? I know, it just seems so bright and that.
We're just here in Tokyo, if you're outside your hotel room, you're wearing your mask unless you are competing. So it's just a great opportunity to just see everybody's face, really.
It's a really active trot here from Bert, and you can see she actually made the decision to come into the arena, to come into the field of play in a trot, keeping up the impulsion that she would have gained in her warm-up behind the scenes. She comes in to show some medium trot strides, some lengthened strides on this diagonal, looking at the transitions back in as well. You know, there's so much going on in this test. And again in here, the trot leg yield. We had this in the walk with our earlier grades, but here in the trot now. The mare just settling into a lovely square halt, looking for that moment of inability, and then the rein back 2 to 4 steps back into the walk. So that movement to lane at the A, the actual rein back itself and proceeding into walk is 10 marks, and the halt itself also gains a 10 mark. So a really high earning movement. That's why you see the riders practicing so much, getting that squareness. Really good turn on the haunches there, good rhythm, good activity. And here just letting the horse stretch on a longer rein. The judges will be looking for, say, the horse stretching its head and neck down below the level of the back, the horse's back, and the stride just lengthening, the length of stride, the over track that we see from the hind foot to the forefeet just increasing. Again, a good pickup She collects into this. Again, a little tighter on this one, but again, good strides around. And the trot perfectly at the E marker. Again, now coming into the 3-loop serpentine. The medium walk across the centre. The riders judging it so that these steps come evenly on either side of that centre line. And again, the loops of equal size. The judges looking for the consistency in the horse's frame, so the head and neck not to drop or raise higher as you go through those transitions. And again, keeping a really active, loose trot there. Just a little bit of hesitation here onto the diagonal line and back across to this half circle. Completing it. Full circle. Change of rein again on that loop. Lots of turns for them. Lots of changes of bend. So again, judges looking for the evenness and the balance. Again, showing the medium trot. Just looking for clear transitions again, in and out of that. Looking for the lengthening of the strides. Okay, just coming into the leg yield. You see here the horse, the sideways steps nice and even, the shoulders leading just very slightly, which is what you want to see. And again, that's double marks on that leg yield. Often the horse is coming into that downwards transition on the centre line there. They'll often mistake that as going to be a halt, so the judges are looking for a forward movement into the walk and not a almost stop. Again, the circles here, 8 metres, so riders need to judge the size and shape very carefully. Back onto the straight line. So from X to G, from where they leave the circle until where they come to do the halt, that's 10 marks, and the halt itself is another 10 marks. She completes her test.
Bert Sheffield and Ferruza for Canada, the first of 2 Canadian riders here in Grade 3. Say Bert scored that 69.7, just a shade under the 70% in individual championship action.
And again here, I think the only sort of extra aid Bert using here is actually the one stick. The reins, it's like some rubber grip, so she has a little bit more grip on the reins so they don't slip. But a good active trot. Just letting the mare stretch down as they leave the field of play.
So Bert just waiting for her score as the judges consider their collective marks. These are sort of overall impression marks, and they are given in 4 areas: the horse's paces, the horse's activity, the horse's submission, which is its attention to the rider, it's the horse's confidence, harmony, lightness, and then a rider score as well. 72.059, that's a little bit more where Bert hoped to be at these games, and that's a lovely score on which to finish her Paralympic journey here in Tokyo as well. She won't be back for the freestyle, but 72.059 is the score for Bert in the team test for Canada. And again, what we're seeing, you know, as much as anything, is horses and riders having the benefit, the advantage of having already been in this ring once, having warmed up for these conditions once, and then going out and going, do you know what, maybe the horse could have just done with a little bit less time, maybe the horse could have done with a little bit more time of preparation before we came onto the field of play. And also the horses will now, having been in here for familiarization, having been in here on the proper competition environment in the individual tests now, their confidence and their familiarity with it all will have just increased.
just acknowledging the judges as she goes round. It's one thing you always learn as a rider, that your test doesn't start when you enter at A. You're on show from the moment you enter the arena or the field of play.
Which is nothing for them to actually be judging, but for instance, if the judges see a horse spook as they go around, they will be sort of on their mettle. They'll be watching to see the horse's obedience then when it comes in, enters at A, and starts the formal testing. Emma Booth is the first rider for Australia in the team championship. We will see the 2 other riders tomorrow in the team here in Tokyo. Emma, who is a Rio Paralympian, makes her 2nd appearance at the Games level. Has paraplegia following a car accident in 2013. She had multiple injuries, a severe knock to the head which caused a brain bleed, a punctured lung, fractured clavicle, fractured sternum, and a compound fracture to her left ankle, as well as life-threatening abdominal injuries. And we were remarking yesterday in the team test as well how several of these riders with spine injuries in grade 3 sit in this particular fashion, which gives them the comfort and the ability to ride.
That's it. You'll see it quite noticeably in them, but it is just how their spine operates after. Oh, she's just been...
So that's to indicate that she's made an error.
Yes, just coming back down. She'll go to the judge at C. So she should have come down the centre line, track right, the working trot on the diagonal, and the vault. So the circle 10 metres on the diagonal, and then into the medium trot.
So Emma, she will have realised for sure before she even spoke to the president what she had done wrong.
So she just get herself back into position, and the judging will pick up from the last movement they judged. Again, she'll just have to take a moment, get the horse settled. That medium trot. Some good strides shown, even though there was that disruption at the beginning with it there. And
that's the important thing, is that now she has to clear her mind again and not be focusing on that until afterwards when they go back and do their video analysis and talk about their tests with their trainers. Now she is still in the game. She has to ride the remaining movements for 10s.
That's it. What's happened before, you have to leave it back there. You have to always be thinking forwards for the next movement. Setting everything up. And again, what I love about this is just the consistency. I know we've had those blips, but the horse just settles down quickly. It's a good frame, good activity in the walk, good clear 4-beat rhythm. And again, you'll just see her taking a breath now and then just settle back down. Again, using the stick just as the aid for the leg to help with that. So steps there, clear steps, picking the hind feet up one after the other, no spinning on one foot. Again, just letting the horse straight forward. Judges would probably like to see the horse just take the contact down a little bit more, stretching his nose a bit more down towards his knees. Not sort of tucking down, but lengthening out and forwards.
Yeah, they're required to remain in the contact, which is, the connection between the rider's hands and the bit in the mouth. So you're actually looking for them to reach out and down to that contact.
Good transition up into the trot. So she settles back down again, a lovely frame. To that circle and the walk, the transition up to trot. Very smooth. And again, lovely rhythmical trot. Clear walk steps. Across the centre line, equal loops. So no, she would have lost those marks earlier, but picking up again, every little movement, just picking up the marks on the accuracy, the smoothness, the rhythm, just losing the balance there on that circle, but quickly back in again.
Be interesting to see how close she's able to stay to the 70% that she scored for herself in the individual, which will put her through to the freestyle in grade 3.
On the diagonal line. Lengthen strides there. Lovely balance. And a clear transition down, exactly what the judges are looking for to earn the higher marks. Here we go, it's very, very straight. And again, just a beautifully performed movement there, the crossing of the legs. She comes on to the centre line. Lovely transition down to the walk. Again, now these circles judging the 8 meters. And then back on to the center line. Again, the judges wanting to see a straightness on that center line between the 2 circles.
And that's the point, is it's to be ridden as 2 circles rather than a figure 8.
That's it. So no cutting across diagonally between them. And again, a nice square halt.
I think the riders always just hope that the judges' heads go immediately down to start thinking about their final scores without really taking in that final halt. So we would have just said maybe a little bit off square, but my goodness, some wonderful, wonderful work in the final few movements there for Emma. There is her companion horse.
I mean, that's really quality work there. Look, the rhythm, the balance, the harmony. Just so unfortunate, unable to just keep it, whether it saw something there, the flowers, maybe the steward, who knows. Just one moment in time that you just have to settle down, gather back up, on to the next movement. Can you see that?
Emma Booth and Zidane just completing their test. So walking out of the field of play here, as we say, they will be back for the freestyle. And it was the grade 1 horse from Portugal, the lovely Grey Lusitano, who has come alongside to be the companion horse. They're quite clever of Portugal. I mean, they're here as individuals. They don't have a team to make their horse available, so the horse gets to be in for, you know, time with music, with the competition atmosphere again. 68.059 for Emma and Zidane. So that is the opening score for Australia in these championships. And of course, she'll be disappointed by having made the error, but to score 68% when with error-free, she was 70% the other day, just shows that she's still in the game and producing pretty much the same quality of work.
Of course, the error itself, you lose 2 marks. And while people say, oh, it adds up, you've got 5 judges, but it equals out. So it doesn't mean that you lose 10 marks in total, but you're losing 2 marks there.
Chiara Zanatti and Swing Royal, a 71% score for top 5 in the individual for this pair. It is a first Paralympic Games for Chiara, but not for Swing Royal. Swing Royal was with us at Rio with another French rider. This actually is Swing Royal's 3rd championship level para rider. Swing Royal has competed at grades 3 and 4. Chiara, who was born with limited movement on the right side of her body.
And very jolly moving music coming off, quite active here. And again, Chiara, you'll see her using the fingers, using the wrist, just gaining, showing the horse sort of a right turn, a left turn, left bend. And again, just super flowing, really active. Judges will be liking this just for the forwardness, the ease of the movements. It looks effortless. And again, really good medium trot strides shown, good clear transitions.
But the work she's doing with her left hand, you can see the fingers moving, just manipulating the reins. She is working, of course, having bridged the reins on equally on either side of the horse, and also holding and controlling her whip. I mean, that's tough enough for anyone.
That's it. What should be easy. She's got some shorter reins. It's often easier doing that, but of course then when you come later to get the free, again, good steps back, then obviously you have to lean forward more to give the hand. But with the one hand, it's harder to gather your reins up. It's really tricky. So again, the short reins assist in that again. 4-beat, good clear rhythm, very relaxed, swinging, moving there. She prepares, looking across the marker to make sure she does this in the right place. Again, picking up, putting down the hind feet. Again here, you can just see the horse not quite straight, wandering a little bit there. It's more because there's not the strength on the right side, the right leg, the right arm to keep the horse out there. Just picking those back up, but again, didn't see the stretch so much there. Into the second turn on the haunches. Get a little hop up. That's just showing a little bit of tension, a little bit of resistance as it came in. You'd like to see that head and neck keeping the same balance. But again, a lovely swinging, balanced trot. Again, 4 steps shown through there. A little hop again up into the transition, but not so noticeable. That one's good, and there a better one, a much smoother one for that last turn across the centre line. Again, the serpentine with double marks. So here, this one takes some judgment of the size of your circle because you're doing a 10-metre circle off of a diagonal line. Back, completing the diagonal the other way. Again, smoothly ridden, the changes of bend. Into those medium trot strides, or actually a full medium trot. Coming into the leg yield. Again, some good crossing there. Again, the horse just so relaxed, so rhythmical, so even. And this is all what the judges love to see. Smooth transition down. Again, she'll be using the stick just to tap the shoulder if she needs to, because the support may not be there from that right leg. Let's see if we get this couple of straight strides there to come back off of that centre line. For the second of these circles. A little bit inactive, but again, still clear 4-beat rhythm. She straightens up for this final halt. Salute. Just a stumble there.
Lovely job there from the French team rider, Chiara Zanatti and Swing Royal. Scored 71% in the individual. We'll see them back again these games riding in the freestyle, but how much can they contribute now to the French team score? She calls the Département Saint-Denis home to the northeast of Paris. It'll be one of the départements playing host to sports and disciplines of the Paris 2024 Games. We will be out in Haute-de-Seine at Versailles, with the equestrian events quite close to Saint-Cyr-le-Col at the end of the vista of the Grand Canal at Versailles.
But the horse just saying so much impulsion and activity, just a real pleasure to watch.
We are just hearing 73% there for the French rider. We will get confirmation of that in just a moment, but that is a fantastic jump up for Chiara Zanatti and Swing Royal over there, 71% in the individual again, having the experience of coming back for a second time into this ring. And remember, Chiara just in her first Paralympic Games. The rider just 18 years old. Riding with great maturity here, that is for sure. A very, very positive result for France. And we're able to catch up with the score in due course, but we're going to go very quickly back to Canada for their final team rider, Lauren Barwick. .088 is the score for France and for Chiara Zanatti. So 144 is the French team score. And again, that could move France up deeper inside the top 10. We're probably predicting them at about 9th, but with those couple of extra percentage points, they could go up to 6th or 7th in the final analysis. But quite a few people coming here and improving on their individual score as a result of the experience gained in the individual. Well, let's wrap up Canada's team performance at these Paralympic Games with Lauren Barwick and Sandrino. 70% for them in grade 3, unfortunately left them with one place outside qualification for the freestyle. They finished 9th in grade 3.
And Lauren here, you'll notice immediately on the saddle, she has the hand hold. And she can hold the reins with the hand hold at any point if she needs to. There's nothing that says she can't use that through the test if she feels she needs a little bit of extra security. But the horse, lovely forward, active trot. She comes in to show the medium strides. The horse there just flicking his toes, keeping a lovely impression, lovely over impression. The head, nose on the vertical. So picking it onto the quarter line now, ready in preparation for the leg yield.
Lauren, whose Paralympic Games experience goes right the way back to Athens in 2004. She was the freestyle gold medalist in Beijing in 2008.
Did you just see how the horse just squared up beautifully for her there? A little tentative on the backward steps, but that halt and then squaring up, so good. Again, she's using strapping across her knees, her thighs, just to give her that extra, stop the legs moving too much. But again, it all has to be done in a way that the straps would break loose, break free, if that became necessary. A little wide there, a little big, but still clear step shown. Again, Lauren able to just slide the reins through her fingers to let the horse just stretch on this half 20-meter circle. But you prefer to see the horse where he's taking his nose back in towards his knees. You'd prefer it to be stretching out the other way to gain the higher marks. But again, good overstepping. She comes in to prepare, just tapping him up slightly there just to get a little bit more activity. Judges ideally looking for steps of equal length and timings. So using the corner there to set up for the next movements. Again, the serpentines, the judges looking for the movement to flow and to look very easy. So smooth down into the walk. Good, clear 2 to 3 steps of walk and then up. So some tension creeping in there.
And as we've mentioned before, how the entire serpentine, which is a lot of riding, a lot of transitions, is worth 1 single mark out of 10. And you saw the horse just knuckled over a little bit in one of those downward transitions to walk. no matter how good you ride every other downward transition to walk, you're still carrying that little bit of penalty that the judges need to incorporate into that 1 mark out of 10.
And here, it takes, to do that movement, it might seem easy. You're coming onto the diagonal line, you're then doing your circle, and you're going back off in the same direction, but it's lots of turns, lots of quite sharp turns, so it takes a lot of setting up. Judges putting these movements in as a test of rider ability, just loss of balance, but then settle quickly back into some lovely medium trot strides. But as I say, there was that imbalance just in there. Onto the quarter line. Horse already setting off on its journey back to the F marker in that leg yield. And really they were looking at for the leg yield to happen from the center marker out, so just a little bit early in that one. Settling back down into these circles off of the center line again, looking for the accuracy, the EB line, and then the change of bend. And to be exactly 2 meters away from the track. And then coming into a nice smooth halt. Let's see if the horse squares himself up. Just leaving her hind leg trailing. But again, shouldn't affect, will have an effect on the marks. But
just a little bit of a sigh of relief to have the test done. Lauren Barwick and Sandrino, the final team rider for Canada. Lauren, who's based in Ocala, Florida, in the United States of America. There's a lot of top competition venues in Ocala. It's started to become a base for more and more athletes in more and more of our equestrian sports. Lauren, who worked in the film industry as a stunt person, particularly with horses, before her accident. She also is thinking now, at the very young age, I would say, of 43, of starting to transition more to becoming an instructor in the sport. She wants to stay home more with her family, but she does like teaching, particularly teaching people to have fun with their horses.
And that's one thing, you do have to have a lot of family support to do this sport. You know, you're away from home at times. And yes, you take your support team with you, but you do need a lot of support at home.
Canada's Lauren Barwick and Sandrino will score 70.265. And that's going to put Canada on a confirmed team total of 211.729. Canada, we are leading team in the clubhouse overnight because 2 teams will finish today, Singapore and now Canada. But it will be interesting to see exactly where that 2-1-1 total score is going to leave them in the final analysis when we see 2 more grades tomorrow, day 5 of the Games. The Paralympic champion of grade 3. Denmark's Tobias Torning-Jorgensen won the gold on 78.9. Only 24 hours ago, so immediately back to the fray now to try and help Denmark up towards the podium. They are one of our top 5 teams on predicted scores, and they got a very good boost from Katrin Christensen earlier on in our grade 2.
Our medalists will also have that boost of hearing themselves announced as champions coming in of whatever grade, and it just gives you that little extra boost to sit that little bit taller.
Tobias was very close to riding at these games alongside his mother, Paralympian Lena. Didn't happen this time, but it may well do in the future. He rides out of Blue Horse Stables in Denmark. Very well respected dressage stud and stables. One of the best jobs in the sport, probably, to work at Blue Horse.
Yeah, the mare just didn't quite settle into the halt there. Just halted perfectly, and then she just sort of moved her feet slightly. But again, what an athletic-looking mare. Just very elegant. And the elevation in the test, but obviously you have to work with that to keep the regularity. Again, as they come into those movements. Again, just working to keep, again, very expressive medium trot, getting the balance back to show the change in pace there, back into the working trot. And now listening, the ears flickering back. Again, sideways steps, the lateral, working the leg yield. Again, just a lovely square halt there. Steps back. Maybe could have been a little clearer. Again, 4-beat rhythm. Judges looking for in the walk with activity and purpose as he comes in to prepare for this turn on the haunches, where you want the hind feet to be picking up, placing down. Very good movement. And again, just you can see he works with a little sort of like loop ladder rein almost, and then just slips back onto the single rein so the horse can stretch down, open the frame out. You see the hind feet stepping over the imprints of the forefeet, and again just bringing her back together again for this pirouette. Again, each hind foot being picked up and placed back down. Lovely upwards transition. Again, the judges looking at the harmony. They're not judging any physical impairment of the rider, just how the horse is performing in the arena. Again, lovely smooth transitions down into the walk, the clear steps of walk, and then up into the trot. The serpentine with double marks, then onto the diagonal to perform the 10-meter circle. So again, you have to position that just right, work out where you're placing it, and then back again to the same rein. Again, all the while looking for the rhythm and the activity. Such a harmonious picture. Just anticipating that into the medium trot there, but great stride shown. Again, a little bit of tension coming back down, but we're looking at small differences here. To the leg yield again. Crossing of the legs. Good transition down, just Tobias there just eyeing up the marker to make sure he has this at the accurate place. And then looking for that straight line, the 2 strides straight before coming off onto that second circle to the left. As he comes in to complete a super test. Not quite square, but again.
But you see this young man who would, if it wasn't so painful for his back, still show jump every day. How glistening he is, glowing, because it remains warm down on the surface of this arena every day. We saw our Olympic dressage gold medalist Jessica von Bredow-Verndl, a very, very fit young woman, come out she went towards the very end of the draw, maybe 10, 11 o'clock at night, come out finding it so warm. So there is a lot for these riders to do down there, not least producing highly accurate dressage.
And the horse and rider from here will go to the cooling tent, certainly, if that's needed, if the horse needs to cool down. Just look at the expression there in that medium trot, the lift from the floor. But yes, they will go to the cooling tents if that's needed.
Yeah, and the research and studies done in the build-up to these games, and then the care taken throughout the 2 games. It hasn't really felt like 2 games for us in Equestrian, because there were probably only about 3 or 4 days here at Baji Cohen where we had no horses after the final Olympic flights went home and the first Paralympic horse flights started arriving in Haneda Airport.
Again, a lot of these horses flying for the first time, but they settle so quickly to it, so easily, isn't it?
A lot of coaches, riders would say that actually they quite often fly better than they might go in a horse truck or a trailer.
So just smoother rides, yes.
So Tobias Torning Jorgensen, that will be the next score we get. It will be the second score of the day for Denmark. They will have their final rider tomorrow. And 79.559 for Denmark's Tobias Torning Jorgensen. So 152.0 after 2 riders for Denmark.
We move on, and it is now the second of those to compete for Japan.
It is a little bit of a boost. It's not quite enough to propel Denmark onto the podium. They still say as our 4th best team on paper, but they have closed the gap considerably to our 3 potential team medalists, which we've only seen 1 rider each for the USA and Great Britain, but they stay on course to be team medalists. The Netherlands, we've yet to see any of their team riders. So off prediction alone, we're looking at a medal for the Netherlands, but we will start to get data on that when we see their medalist Rikst van der Horst later in this Grade 3. But it's Japan that is going to bring us up to the judges' break in the Grade 3 team riders. Japan's Grade 3 is Sho Iniba with Exclusive, combination that scored 67.5 in their individual test.
Again, a lovely, loose-moving, athletic horse. And Sho just going around just now using the rising trot to gain momentum, but choosing to sit through the test now. Again, in these horses, you can see there a lot of movement in his lower leg, but the horse just staying smooth and easy, not taking it as an aid, just accepting it as this is the movement my rider has.
So Sho is another rider in our parasport with cerebral palsy. And again, it's sort of gradually deteriorated for him. He had a relatively normal childhood playing baseball and other active sports, but then that started to become impossible for him. He had been riding a little bit, and he actually found that he could still do as much riding.
That's it again, just showing they're using the rising trot again actually in this movement here to come into the leg yield, just to gain a little bit more momentum. Comes into a little bit sort of erupt there. Let's get the rein back, good, clear diagonal steps, lovely rein back steps. And again, a lovely 4-beat rhythm in the walk. So the judge is looking for the activity as he prepares for this turn on the haunches. He's carrying the 2 sticks just to give a bit more assistance to his legs. Lost a little bit of the activity and the kind of shape of that. The steps not even, but they are such a hard movement to perform. You know, and the judges pop them in. Again, just losing a bit of activity there. So picking it back up, preparing for the second one. There we go, some more even steps that time. Good transition up. Very, very straight. Again, that can be hard to judge when you don't have the physical movement in your limbs to straighten the horses. Good steps of walk shown. Nice transition upwards. Again, judging the size of these loops, the shape of these loops. Double marks on those. And I should be just coming onto the diagonal. And setting up the bend to the right for the circle. Really good preparation there. You can see it's just set the horse back a little bit in the trot just to get the control. Really beautifully performed. And the transitions just at the F&H marker, and the trot just around that corner, all worth 10. Quite an extravagant trot.
Lovely.
Again, the judges looking at the harmony, and this horse keeping the point between its ears, the poll, as the highest point. That's what the judge. Little bit of the neck bent, and then the shoulders went, and the hind legs didn't kind of follow. So he will have lost a few marks there on that movement. Again, just into the walk there. As he prepares for this circle of 8 meters. And don't forget, the music is an accompaniment here. The riders not being judged on their music. Just losing some activity, but still good 4-beat rhythm. You see how the horse was so much more forward in the trot than the walk. But again, still producing good work there. Onto the centre line now. That's it now, the horse just moving forward a little bit more, that's better. As it comes into the halt. And again, squared up beautifully.
Show in about. And exclusive. They went well above expectation to score 67%. Are they going to be able to replicate that here? Because we predict low 60s, but that certainly looked like a test for well above 65%. And that would be a great result for Japan, because if Katsuji Takajima and Uzet tomorrow in grade 4 can come in and also score high 60s, they would be over 200 points as a team. 200 points is 66% on average across all 3 riders, and 66% is a score not to be sneezed at in any level of dressage.
You know, one of the highlights there, you just saw the lovely crossing of the legs there as they go into that leg yield. And Japan, of course, having this lovely legacy site at the end of this, where I'm sure many of them will be riding, using the facilities.
It was already a legacy venue, having been owned by JRA since it played host to the equestrian events of the 1964 Olympic Games. Tokyo did hold a Paralympic Games that year as well, but equestrian didn't find its regular place in the sport program until 1996. Look at that. Sho Inaba for Japan, 70.088%. And that now should really help them have a chance of finishing over 200 points. And look at that. Sho thanks his wonderful horse, because they have ridden 2 excellent tests at these games. And to score over 70%, real achievement and something to be proud of. So that takes us up to a judging break. As you can see, we've got 3 teams complete. 200 points for Singapore, 211 for Canada. Denmark after 2 riders on 152. Austria, France, RPC and Japan, we've seen 2 riders. But some of our real heavy hitting nations, USA, Great Britain, we've only seen 1 rider. And we have yet to see any rider from either Belgium or the Netherlands. Only 13 of our 15 teams have even started at this stage. It is very much all to play for. We're going to see Belgium and Netherlands get off the start line in our next session coming up here very shortly from Bagie-Cohen Equestrian Park.
come forward with the sitting. The sitting to the first two, and then to get about 111 to 15, I think will be very much doing what they can to battle it out for medals here over the equestrian rounds. Of course, with very strong lineups, but at the moment, the two teams that have completed all three finals have gold. That's 0.699.
Welcome back to Equestrian Park. One session more to go as we welcome forward 6 remaining Grade 3 riders who've been selected to be part of their National Paralympic Committee teams in this championship. We have 15 teams. We've seen 13 get off the starting blocks. Belgium and the Netherlands will be sending us their first athletes of the team championships in this session. And then every team will be completed by 1 or 2 athletes tomorrow, with the exception of Singapore and Canada, from whom we saw all 3 of their athletes today. Canada, 211.699. Singapore, 200.792. And I said how 200 seems like a really nice line in the sand as well. It means, on average, your 3 riders have scored over 66%. The maximum points available for each team is 300. And some of the Dutch supporters and Dutch athlete Frank Hosmar certainly amongst them, for ready to watch Rikst van der Horst in this group. We're going to start with the US rider. Second rider for the United States of America, after we saw Roxy Trunnell score 80.3% earlier on to help their campaign to potentially take a team medal at these games. On paper, they were the favorites for gold before competition started. The individual brought Netherlands and Great Britain into almost level pegging with them, and the first score out of the box from their real big hitter, Roxy, on just 80.3 has meant that they're currently sort of sitting with Denmark breathing down their neck in bronze medal position. However, it really is all to play for. Anything could happen, as riders, several of them, have come in and really made the difference today. Got a 2 or 3% bump by their second ride in the ring. For the USA, Kate Shoemaker, my apologies, Rebecca Hart with El Corona Texel, 69.8 was their score in Grade 3 on the individual championship.
Rebecca here on a really positive, forward, athletic, moving horse at the start of this test. She judges, just using her weight, the balance, just to encourage him to stay out on the track there. Look at the expression in that trot. Of course, you need to keep the balance and the rhythm throughout that. The judges will be looking at that when they drop their marks for a very, very extravagant movement there. Coming on the straight line, super crossing there. The horse just looking slightly, the head just tilted slightly away from the direction of flow, which is exactly what you want to see. Horse not quite squaring up there, but again, that's just marginalising that. And again, steps shown, a little bit of hesitation moving forward, but again, good movement here. Now Rebecca opting to use the stirrups here. Some of the riders whose feet will sit at this angle will opt to go to be without stirrups. But Rebecca going for this, but you can see she's got the loops that attach the stirrups to the girth there. Again, a little bit more of a, not a spin around, not pinning one foot to the ground, but just not even steps around there. And going for the stretch, looking for the horse to take, there we go. Just encourage him there to just stretch down. Because it's not a free walk, it's just letting them step forward. Show some length and strides in that free walk.
Rebecca, who's a real veteran of the Games, having ridden for the United States of America at every Paralympics since 2008. Graded in our third classification as a result of hereditary spastic paraplegia. She actually works with a foundation to help raise awareness about HSP and help children dealing with it. I imagine she's a fantastic example to them of what they can achieve.
And again, the spastic paraplegia will be causing the actual that she needs to gain her balance from leaning back so much. That's just how that works for her. Helps to give the momentum into the horse there. Again, good clear steps shown through that. The judge is looking for smooth downward transition into the walk, clear steps, and then upwards into that working trot again. Then onto the diagonal line, the circle, preparing, getting the balance right as you change direction. Change ring, back onto the diagonal line again. Again, looking for good, clear rhythm. And then into that medium trot again. Again, looking for the balance. Just back in to the working trot. Just a little bit of tension crept in there. Onto this center line, sorry, the three-quarter line, and then the lovely, lovely strides across. Not quite getting there, the straightness there, but again, that will be due to the weakness of the right leg. And again, just showing up there, the horse just wiggling a little bit there with its quarters. But again, that's a lot of horse to balance and move around.
Especially as she was explaining, you know, her condition in particular affects her from the mid back downwards. And you know, if you haven't ridden for a while, how sore that particular area is when you get back on the horse. It is an area from which you're really always sort of driving your seat and riding. So again, it is just when you look in out of the corner of your eye or just glance at the screen, what you're seeing is really positive ridden dressage. And then it's only when you start to focus in and understand that you can start to contemplate the challenges that are being overcome each and every stride here in the ring in Tokyo.
It's so hard to walk in someone's shoes, you know, just to imagine what it must be like. But a super flowing test.
So USA rider Rebecca Hart and El Corona Texel completing their test. This will be their final time in the ring. They didn't qualify for the freestyle. They scored 69% in the individual. They'll be hoping maybe to contribute a score of over 70% to the US team here today. And if they do, it will start to solidify their position on the team podium.
And again, you can just see there's a lot of movement on the horse there to sit to when you've got that spinal injury.
Big smiles. She's been there and done it before, right the way. Beijing, London, Rio. Now here in Tokyo, she might be part of a US team medal. Kate Shoemaker there on the kiss and cry. Rebecca Hart scores 72.176. That is very, very good for the United States of America. So USA remaining on that predicted bronze medal position, but it is incredibly close. The predicted score of 225.2 for the USA, predicted score of 226.6 for the Netherlands. For bronze and silver, Great Britain on a predicted score of 227.8 as things currently stand, thanks to the rider who won a gold with a personal best, Lee Pearson, breaking that personal best here tonight to open up the account for Great Britain on 77.6. Second rider for Italy in the team championships is going to be Francesca Salvade. Francesca with Oliver Witz. 66.9 was the score for this pair in the individual championships. The native of Genoa who now calls Rome her home. Rider in grade 3 with spina bifida.
So she moves off from the halt. Spina bifida causing some instability there, and you see she's got the straps, the Velcro straps across her legs, just giving her that little bit of added support in the saddle. Very active little horse.
Again, a championship veteran. This is her third Paralympic Games in a row, having made her Paralympic debut in London in 2012.
To complete the diagonal line with the circle and then back on that, there's lots of changes all in one as she goes into the medium trot. Again, the judges looking for the extension there, the transitions back, but the rhythm staying the same, just a little dip there. And again, here probably the judge would like to see the horse a little bit more connected, maybe the nose just dropping slightly for the higher marks, so the line becomes a bit more vertical, more at that position. Again, good hold there into the steps, just a little dragging, but again forward then into the walk, and again the 4-beat rhythm judge is looking for, and we have that there. That's good. And again, picture of harmony there. She comes in preparing for this turn on the haunches. She'll be using her weight, and if she needs to, she's got the stick she could just use on the shoulder. And every rider works out in their own way, and in the training their coaches will be telling them exactly what they would be wanting to see, and then it's down to the riders to decide how they're going to achieve that. Okay, just going back into the medium walk from having given that rein, using a little wiggle of the body, more of a turnaround there than a turn on the haunches. But again, such a hard movement to use when you've not got full use of your lower body. It's a big ask that these judges are asking these riders. And again, super expressive trot there. Activity and engagement. And again, the steps of walk there, up into the trot for this double marked serpentine. Just a bit of hesitation and anticipation coming in there on that particular series of transitions. But it's often used as a suppling exercise for the horses. Again, onto this diagonal line, the 10-meter circle. So smoothly done. Setting up for the change of direction here, back to the track on the diagonal. Beautifully executed. And again, it's just a picture of harmony. The judges definitely looking for that. Just a little bit of running coming back down in, but again, still showing some length and strides, the medium trot. Onto the quarter line, so the 5-meter line. And then asking for the horse to move across. And again, she'll be using her weight aids as well as the stickers back up if necessary. Just becoming a little bit tense there, coming off onto the circle. And they're just settling down again into a better rhythm. Again, here is a key point where you can use your weight more to influence the bend of the horse.
So the Italians got about a 3% boost off Sara Morganti as their #1 rider Francesca Salvade, 66% in terms of the individual test. What can she deliver for her team now as she completes here with Oliver Witz for Italy? So at the moment, Italy could finish in the top half dozen of teams, especially if they can get a 1 or 2 point boost from Francesca over her score in the individual. Francie, as she's known, is a graduate of the University of Genoa's law school with a master's in law in sports law and sports administration.
We'll just see some highlights there. Horse in the trot. Again, judges really looking for the harmonious working of the horse and rider. There's a real partnership between the two.
So you still just have up on the big screen the 72 from a few moments ago for Kate Shoemaker for the United States of America to keep them in touch. 68.823, they'll take that. Francesca Salvade for Italy. Team on 148 after 2 riders for Italy. And coming forward with the Irish companion horse is Kate Kerr-Horan, Grade 3 rider with Serafina T. Kate, who rode a 66% in her individual championship test, unfortunately incurred a 10% penalty, so you'll find her with 56 on the board. There's Michael Murphy, who we saw ride earlier on, together with his brother and mother. This is her first Paralympic Games for Kate, who we've seen at European and World Championship level. Grown up in horses at the Broomfield Riding Centre in Tinahely, County Wicklow, where she now works alongside her mother Pam as one of the instructors there. She has an acquired impairment. She was found unconscious in the fields at the age of 3, having probably been kicked by a horse. Was placed in an induced coma for 12 days. Spent a year in the National Rehabilitation Hospital in Dublin, where she underwent rehab to learn to walk and speak again. The entire left side of her body, as a result of her accident, was paralyzed at the time.
As Kate comes in here to complete the 10-meter circle that's off of this diagonal line and then back to the track. That F there, so the riders needing to be at the marker, their body. So if you aim the horse's nose towards the marker, and then the body will follow. Can I just say, as an initial impression, the horse just a little bit loose and free compared to many of the others, and what the judges would ideally be looking for onto this quarter line there for the leg yield. Again, some good steps across. Again, the music as an enhancement of the test and not being judged. Just a bit tentative going back, but good into the walk transition, moving forwards.
When you say about the horse's way of going, again, we've sort of raised this point once or twice as well about you ride the horse you're on, and I suppose Kate and her team have just looked at what's the best way to put this horse together for the horse to continue to behave and respond satisfactorily for them. So that's, again, it all comes down to, you know, horses for courses. Sorry.
Yep, no, that's very, very true. It's very, very true. And again, just stretching down. Really good stretch there from the mare. Good over track. You can just see how the frame has lengthened out. Should be gaining maximum marks there. Again, just picking her back up for that transition there. Back into the medium walk. Preparing for the better steps this way. Back up into the working trot. There, I think Kate just picking up the contact a little bit more, coming together onto the serpentine with the walk steps. Again, just a little reluctance there, but soon picking that back up, settling the mare back down again. Into that transition. Much better there. So again, good shape. 3 even loops. Onto this diagonal line, change the bend into the 10-meter circle. Always changing the horse's balance and rider's balance there. Judges giving them the challenge, putting these movements together. Again, keeping the momentum. Onto some medium trot strides there, showing a difference. Back to the working trot. So just looking for that line there. Quarters leading slightly. There we go. Better. Quarters catching up. Sorry, shoulders catching up for those final few strides. And again, back onto the center line. And now we have the 2 circles off of the centre line, the 2 8-meter circles. The rider having to carefully spot the centre line, get a couple of good straight strides, and then off again. So Kate finishing well here.
Again, we're comparing it to the 66% she scored in the ring before the penalty. Whether be able to just pick up a mark or 2 more here, getting closer to that 70%. Certainly Michael Murphy has put Ireland on a little bit of an upward trajectory today. And plenty of smiles there from Kate Kerr-Horan and Serafina as they complete their test. Sorting out her reins to just let the horse leave the arena on a long rein.
That's the beauty of these reins. You have the loops there that you can have your horse sort of together, and you'll often have a variation in them, so you can move those. But obviously, once you've set the length of them, then that's what you have to work with. And then obviously having the remainder of the rein that you can give the rein, or put them on a long rein to give them the freedom at the end. You'll see Kate just using some fingers through the loops there. And using a neck strap as well there, just there for support if she needs it.
So Kate Kerr-Horan and Serafina T will score 65 today, so that's going to be pretty much as predicted for them, 65.676. So that won't make a big change to Ireland's predicted result. We're looking at 12th or 13th out of the 15 teams as things currently stand, but Tamsin Addison to ride tomorrow could make a difference to that, because these teams are very, very close together. You just see the board there indicating our international federation. The International Equestrian Federation, FEI, one of the few federations that actually governs the able-bodied and para disciplines. And starting to introduce more para disciplines as well. Para carriage driving. Carriage driving, a non-Olympic discipline, but starting to come under the auspices of the International Equestrian Federation, and also a lot of national governing bodies, France and Great Britain in particular, starting to codify and run para show jumping competitions.
And of course, you've not mentioned that equestrian dressage, para dressage, you know, even dressage, just one of the few sports, isn't it, equestrian, where men and women compete against each other.
Because we just take it so much for granted. We watch it day in, day out. But yes, as well as our federation managing both sides of the sport, we are one of the only sports in the world where men and women compete on an absolutely equal basis across our Olympic and Paralympic disciplines. Well, here is a rider now for Belgium. They will be the 14th team to start. One other team to start is going to be the Netherlands. We'll see them just after. But this is Barbara Minetti and Stewart. We will see them in the freestyle as well, having scored 70.8 for a top 6 finish in their grade. And now they would hope to deliver 70% or better for the opening of the Belgian team's campaign. London and Rio Olympian. We saw her in London and Rio with her great partner, the wonderful coloured horse, the Frisian bred that she rode, side saddle. Barbara had cancer between '96 and 2004, resulting in monoplegia, paralysis in her left leg and muscle loss in her right leg. And hence she has elected to ride side saddle. She actually says if she tried to ride off her seat astride, she would simply lose balance and fall off straight away.
And it does make such an eye-catching sight, doesn't it? So it's such an elegant sort of form riding. Not that any other form is not, but it's just quite striking. And sourcing our horses, you're not looking for anything, or any horse can carry a side saddle. So she's sourcing, we're all sourcing, all para riders sourcing from the same pool of horses that everyone else is just looking for that extra quality and the temperament, as well as the paces. And again, just a super harmonious picture. The judges looking for harmony throughout everything, into the medium trot, and looking for the evenness of the pace, the activity. She comes on to this 3/4 line, and again going this way. We'll see if the sides balance up, because obviously she's got the leg on this side to guide the horse across, whereas when it comes to the change of rein in a moment, she'll be needing to use her weight and also a stick to just guide the horse off of that. So good halt, good steps back, forward into the walk, so the good clear 4-beat rhythm. Horse over tracking. Again, very straight. Resetting him up for this turn on the haunches. Wanting to see the good steps, no crossing behind, maybe a touch of crossing there behind, but they should come round in that circle and not actually cross the legs. Again, having to lean forward quite a way there and drop the hands down low to get the horse to stretch, but that is just a super stretch, and you see how much the stride has increased. And again, the judges will be looking at the quality of the pickup from the length and strides, just taking a little bit of time there to get him back. There we go, in preparation for this turn on the haunches.
I just tell you, I mean, we're an incredibly traditional sport, so the skirt you're seeing is the side saddle habit, we call it. She's actually wearing breeches and boots underneath that. But what it also means is that you don't see the horns of the saddle that actually hold certainly the right leg, but also will just hold the left leg in place as well. I don't know how much adaptation she has to a side saddle, because a side saddle itself with those two horns does quite a good job of just holding the legs in position.
That's it. Having ridden side saddle myself, I suspect she hasn't got any adaptation there, because they say the horns create their insecurity. She may have an extra Velcro strap under there that we can't see, just for that added security, but I suspect that that is all. But this is just such a harmonious picture. You know, working in balance and setting up that movement. The horse, having said that again, we just have that little head movement, and the judge is looking to see that to be as still as possible for the highest marks. But again, super use of the arena, very accurate, very rhythmical, very balanced. She comes onto this diagonal line. There we go, the lengthened strides, or medium trot actually in this grade, rather than just the lengthen. So looking for clear transitions at the markers. That always looks so deceptive there from this angle. You're almost coming down to see, but she's actually on the 5 meter line. And again, good, clear crossing. So to me, I don't think there was that much difference between the two sides. So she's got real good sort of communication with the horse there. Getting the movement from the side with the stick. Again, looking for the rhythm in the walk, quality of the steps. She comes in to just change the bend, so a moment straight. Just maybe change the rhythm slightly there in the crossover, but again, back into that rhythm again. And the music we hear in the background, it is just part of the test, but it's not judged. No marks given for the music in this test. Into the hold.
So Barbara Minichi, first ride for Belgium in this team championships. We'll see two of their riders tomorrow. Manon Claes and Michel Georges. Manon and Michel have both been medalists at these games. Manon taking bronze in grade 4, Michel the grade 5 Paralympic champion at these games. So plenty more to come, but it looks like a very, very positive start for Belgium as well, who'll hope to be one of our top 5 teams. And again, if they can just get a couple of boosts over their prediction, they could be looking at mounting the podium at the end of these games as well.
I think the harmony between this pair is really key. They've got such a relationship. Very relaxed, isn't he? Very
there
relaxed.
Is gold medalist Michel Georges, who is calling the test for her. We'll see Michel in the grade 5 tomorrow. I'm a bit concerned that since she called yesterday for Barbara, more Kino tape has appeared on Michel's ankles. All of the athletes work very closely. A lot of the teams bringing their own physios, but they'll have access to great physios as well if they're living in the Paralympic Village. Some athletes, particularly because of the distance and the need to spend a lot of time with the horses, won't stay in the village. But Barbara Minichi and Stuart will score 72.235 for Belgium. And that is a very good start for them. Again, about a 2% bump over prediction for Belgium. Could easily move them up to about 5th spot in our teams in the final analysis. And breathing down the necks of Denmark, who are themselves breathing down the necks of our 3 potential podium finishers. Great Britain, the USA, and this team, the Netherlands. And we say that, although we have yet to see a single score from the Netherlands. But they are going to start with a medalist, a bronze medalist in grade 3, Rikst van der Horst. Rikst with Finsley, combination that scored 75% to take bronze in this grade. The bronze medalist in the individual test at Rio went on to be individual silver medalist in the freestyle at those Rio Games.
So Rix van der Horst from the Netherlands just moving off from the halt there. On this just super quality horse. Very, very elegant. She comes in for the first 10-meter circle off with the diagonal line. Again, the riders have to be very careful and accurate in the placing of that circle. Judges looking to see the harmony between the horses, the activity. We go medium trot. Lovely medium trot, very clear differences at the markers between the start and the finish. And let's see the crossing here. There we go, very smoothly ridden. Again, Rix has the quite big knee blocks. Marcel just giving some support to the medium walk. Rix also does a lot of groundwork with the horse, just developing their partnership. Again, lovely clear 4-beat rhythm in this walk, swinging back there into the steps, around, very neatly done. And the judge is looking more for a diagonal line back to the track rather than the crossing, like a leg yield back to the track. So again, just letting the reins slip through the fingers to get this stretch, and just look at the over track on that walk. The distance increasing from the footprints of the hind feet over the front feet. Again, very smooth, picking up the reins. Just a little tension there coming back, but again, a very good a very good turn on the haunches.
A little bit more of a challenge for Rix tonight. Amongst her conditions is asthma, after part of her lung was removed when she was diagnosed as a young child with emphysema, because we had quite a major fire in the neighborhood of Bajikoen here today. So there's been quite a lot of smoke just near the venue. But I know, particularly for riders who have that sort of condition, they will have been working very closely and making sure that they were comfortable and able to perform at their very best.
And again, very smooth transitions there from the trot to the walk and back up to the trot across the center lines, just setting the horse up here for that change in direction. So the horses almost feel they're going off on a diagonal line, and then you're asking them to turn off onto the circle and then back to the track. Again, this is all about the harmony. Yes, there's a little bit of chomping on the bit, but it's not disturbing from the flow and the rhythm. Second medium trot. And again, now down onto the 3/4 line. And then asking for those strides, those sideways strides, really smoothly, beautifully done. And again, that leg yield, a double coefficient, so with double the marks. And then these 8-meter circles. Riders having to gauge the position really carefully. 2 meters off the markers on the long side. Each circle needs to be even and balanced. She comes in to end a really super trot. Just look at the overreach of those hind legs in that walk.
And steps very promptly up into a nice halt. Rix van der Horst, Sannevoorts there, gold medalist in grade 4, amongst the first to congratulate Rix on her performance here. Looks like a very, very positive start for the Netherlands. 75 was Rix's individual championship test score. So we should be working off a prediction of much the same. Can she exceed it and then move the Netherlands up closer to Great Britain? Great Britain predicted in gold at the moment, but that is after only one rider.
Again, such a beautiful quality horse. You know, the horses, let's say our riders going out and choosing from the same pool of horses that every non-disabled rider is looking at, but just looking at the quality of the temperament. And the quality of paces, so temperament really paramount for our horses.
So Riks van der Horst for the Netherlands. So 75% in the individual, 76.2% here. And each little bit counts, 76.235. Having predicted, you know, that 75.7 sort of country, to have that 0.5% more. Every 0.5% makes an enormous difference, because the predicted difference between Great Britain after Lee Pearson was 227.8, 226.6 for the Netherlands before Riks rode. So now that is going to put them on 227.1. There's 0.7% in it on predictions at the moment between gold and silver, Great Britain and the Netherlands. However, Great Britain's score could be just about to change as our final rider of the day. 2 days of team competition across the 5 grades. And this is our final grade 3 rider, Natasha Baker. Tash with Keystone Dawn Chorus. Lottie, as she's known, scored an individual silver on 76%. It's funny, just between Corona and everything else has gone on over the last while, this horse had not actually left the UK since the day Lottie was born. So flown nearly 10,000 kilometers to Japan and scored a silver. Tash, who is the individual and freestyle gold medalist in London, part of the British team that won gold in Rio and followed up with another set of individual and freestyle gold medals there as well. So 5-time Paralympic gold medalist, Natasha Baker, Great Britain.
Moving off in a lovely active trot there. Onto this diagonal line. The left 10-meter circle. And back on the diagonal line. To complete just a really smoothly ridden. And they're just checking in with Natasha every now and then. She goes into the medium. Again, some lovely length and strides. And a clear transition back into that working trot. The judge is looking to see 2 clear differences in and out of that transition. And then into the leg yield. Again, very smooth, very fluent. Tash opting to ride without stirrups, feeling better balanced, and what a lovely halt there. Moment of immobility, and then the steps, the diagonal steps back. So Tash riding, normal reins there, but the 2 sticks just to back up the legs if she needs them. And again, very straight, an active walk, setting up for this walk pirouette, sorry, the walk, turn on the haunches. And again, just using a little wiggle of the body to encourage horse to come around. Don't forget, it's quite a hard movement, you know, grade 1, 2, 3. They're expected to do these when they've got very little mobility.
Tash, we were talking about grade 3, how it has probably the widest range of impairments and disabilities. Tash is another rider who has spinal cord injuries. She contracted transverse myelitis, which is a virus that damages the spine, resulting in permanent nerve damage, loss of balance, and weakness in her legs.
That's it. So she has to use her body and the balance on that so much to help with the fact that the legs aren't able to offer so much support. But again, very good transition down to the walk, some clear steps. And the judge is looking for the horse to keep the same balance through its body, looking for the head carriage to remain the same, not dropping down as if sort of falling onto its behind its front end. Again onto the diagonal line for the 10-meter circle, and then back, continuing back to the long side again. Again, that coming in now, showing a second medium trot. Again, very fluid, very balanced. Preparing, setting up for this leg yield. And again, lovely crossing, no change in rhythm, and that's especially what the judges are looking for. Sometimes the horses will just back off a little bit onto that centre line, looking for the straightness. And just that movement itself, from A until the rider moves off the centre line there at X, that's worth 10 marks on its own. So that's the importance they're putting on that straightness. And the 8-meter circles, judging the placement of that circle really accurately.
You just saw Tash at the beginning of that second circle just shifting and moving the horse out a little bit. She just wanted to be as accurate as possible.
She comes into the halt to finish her test.
Natasha Baker, silver medalist with us in the individual of these championships at grade 3. What can she now contribute to Great Britain as they aim to retain their gold medal winning run? But they are under a lot of pressure, more pressure than they've maybe been at many recent Paralympic Games.
And again, just looking at the activity in the trot, and then you're riding without stirrups. A lot of riders wouldn't even want to attempt that.
What's the challenge people set themselves? No stirrups November.
Oh, is that really what it is?
Yeah.
Oh my. Is that what I should be aiming for as well?
No, it's very hard work. Already starting to discuss the test. And Tash with the We the 15 symbol on her glove. We the 15 being launched here during these Tokyo 2020 Games, the sport's biggest ever human rights movement to end discrimination for the 1.2 billion people who live with disabilities, 15% of the global population. So Tash Baker and Keystone Dawn Chorus, 76.6%. That is pretty much on prediction. So Great Britain will almost certainly stay on to their predicted gold medal, but the Netherlands have moved that little bit closer after the test of Rix van der Horst. But when we get the results here in just a moment, we'll be looking at quite a range of scores, because we have some teams that have brought all 3 riders home: Canada, Singapore. A lot of our teams, we've seen just 2 riders: Great Britain, USA, Denmark, Italy, Austria, France. Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, we've only seen 1 rider from each of those nations. There they are towards the end of the board. Australia there as well. Japan, Russian Paralympic Committee, and Ireland, we've seen 2 of their riders so far, all to play for tomorrow, with 2 more grades of dressage to come. to help decide the team medals at these Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
The Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games competition is as finally as is the Equestrian forward in today, so the teams back there for gold and glory. We will look forward to getting back underway the next stage here tomorrow.
So day 4 draws to its close here at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. Day 5 will see us conclude the team dressage competition in equestrian, and then 40 athletes will come back to ride for the freestyle individual medals. There is plenty more sporting action of the very highest level from these Paralympic Games to come from the Equestrian Park. Just a reminder of the situation, of course, the coloured horses' heads indicate how many of the up to 3 riders each team has shown. Canada and Singapore's team campaign is over. Then the teams who've shown 2 of their riders, and then the teams Netherlands, Germany, Belgium, Australia. And Netherlands, Germany and Belgium are 3 teams that could finish on the podium or top 5. We've only seen 1 rider from each of those nations so far here in Tokyo. So that concludes day 1 of 2 of the team championships in the Paralympic Games equestrian dressage. Join us on day 5 of the Games for the conclusion and climax of team dressage.